Greetings, mortals, and welcome to camera lights being turned on and stuff. Ooh.
If I were to create a coherent introduction, would that count as branding or would that count as counter-branding? Because I feel like at this point, the fact that I have no idea what I'm about to say when I open my mouth when I start the stream is part of my branding. So would branding an intro count as unbranding? Hey, I'm Witcher and Live Forever Never. I'm going to roll for first shoe once we've done the link. It's funny because I was like, I looked 20 minutes ago at the files and saw that they'd been updated like 20 minutes prior to that or something. I was like, I could update this now. I'm going to update it closer to stream time. And I just as I was starting up, went and checked again, updated 4 minutes ago. I made the correct decision. Rolling is hard when there's a hole. Let's see. We got... Hole is a strong word. The, whatchamacallit, what are we doing? The floor is a little uneven under the wheels. What am I doing? Right, I'm going to the Discord for some reason. I'm going to the Discord because on the Discord I need to but I also need to go to Twitch. So I go to Twitch first, and then from Twitch we make a copy of the thing. And if I could remember the URL, I could just type it out. And I think I did put it into a thing at some point. But that's fine. Not making links. Let's go. Let's do that. I heard it called it URL. Where is lava? What's called an URL? The lava or the... Oh, the URL. Yeah. Let's see. How did I say it? I don't even know what I said. Let's see here. It's the kind of thing that I don't say out loud often, so who knows what I'm saying at any given time. Okay, so I think we can go to live scene. We are ready to start up. So yesterday we finished out the exterior of that zone that we were in, and now we have some bonus EXP to get. Let's see. Yeah. Look, I'm sure there's people who call it an URL. People who call it an ARL. Why not? Why not? Let's use all the terminology. Some people say URL. That seems over the top to me. It's vaguely pronounced. It vaguely looks like URL. It's URL now. I will say that, especially with 3-letter acronyms, there's a huge amount of difference from locality to locality in default. So in Singapore, it doesn't even occur to Singaporeans to speak an acronym, especially if it's a 3-letter acronym. They have a highway here that's literally the PIE. It's the PIE. It's the Pan Island Expressway. And the first time that any of my friends ever heard a person call it the PIE was when I called it the PIE when they were in their 20s. And it's literally just pie. Mind blowing. Anyway, yes. I default to pronouncing acronyms if I can. Though I probably do it less these days because I've been in Singapore for like 15 years or whatever. So, what am I doing? We are looking for... Are we just ready to go? We have a couple of random weapons here. I guess we could get rid of those. And then I think we can just use the map, and we can start making attempts. No, we can't use the map. We need to go get food. We need to get as much food as possible. Let's see. LIRR.
Our axes are the best.
LIRR. What's the LIRR? LIRR? I'm not familiar with that acronym.
Rarities from across the land.
Yeah, I am unfamiliar with that acronym since.
Business.
I'm not. Not from that region. Is Long Island in New York? There's probably a lot of Long Islands, but Long Island is a New York thing, right? Am I thinking of the wrong city? Oh wait, is it Chicago? No, yeah, it's New York. Okay, good. Whew. My family's from the Chicago area, so I would get in trouble. I'd get in a lot of trouble. We don't need to teleport anywhere with that, because we have a map to take us where we're going. So... Actually, the Eep place might be the first place to go, because technically we get 3 quests done when we do that. So that might actually be the higher value than completing the 1 quest. No, wait. No, we did not horseshoe yet, no. We also didn't roll for it either. Let's roll. That's a 6. We could just establish that as a 1. It defaults to 10 for some reason, so that's a 3. So Severia is our lucky contender for the day. And gets all the things. I did not check the changelog, no. We're not going to use this map today at all. We're just going to do all the things that I was supposed to do. Let's see. Fix enchant damage. Now scales better with without elementary. Ooh. Okay. So this is... The first one is a change to online stuff. Fixed monopole resetting after launching the game. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to reload it, because I don't know what that really means, but I feel like it makes sense to just do that. So that'll undo whatever was going on with that. Secondary effect of the 10% crit legendary wasn't working very well, which is good that that's been fixed now, because I'm about to reach the point where that matters. Fixed spell calculation, monster chance to hit and damage over level 255, spell damage chance, fixed bodybuilding. Oh, it had a poor interaction with endurance for bodybuilding. Do we have more HP now? Let's take a look. 6676. Did we have this much? Did we have 43k before? Increased resist diminishing returning outcaps at 600 instead of 300. And resistance items calculation can't go over 100%. Perfect. That's all good. Okay. So, apparently, we should have some more hit points. And that should increase the value of both bodybuilding and endurance. Because it means that the interaction between endurance and bodybuilding is more generous, which means that as your bodybuilding increases, your endurance stat should, in theory, become more valuable. So that's a thing to bear in mind. 2777 for bodybuilding, huh? Not too shabby. You know, I might want to invest into your durability a bit. Maybe. Just a thought. Okay, so, other thing we were doing, we have a map somewhere. Whose inventory is it in? I keep looking for it, not finding it. There it is. So, I'm looking forward to getting into this. I think it's going to be interesting. So, the spell recovery speed is increased, which means that I'm going to be unable to do as many shared lives. So, we're going to see how this goes. He stole my map. And let's go. I just hand off my save files to people to like do some manipulation with. Oh wait, before we actually, you know what? No, you know what? We made our bed. We're gonna lie in it. I did not get food, which I had intended to do before I came in here. So hopefully we don't need it. All right, so we do have the cannibals in here, which means that probably it's not using random monsters. It's probably the monsters are the same ones, which means this is probably not going to be too bad. Level 120 monsters is pretty low level, though that was a pretty big hit right there. It was a pretty big hit. Though, I don't know, the monsters aren't all going to be level 120. Why do I think they're all going to be level 120? Is it 120 levels of bolster? That might be it. So they might be 20 levels high, 120 levels higher than they normally are. So if that's the case, then let's go over here. Nope. You're all around level 120, that's fine. Okay, so we're probably going to be okay. I don't remember what the modifiers are on this place. So we're going to take things a bit slowly because, again, we're used to coming into this place in a very strong position, and we're not in that strong a position right now. One of these hit me for basically nothing. That was an AoE question mark? That hit me with an AoE fire spell? Interesting. That has an AoE now. Okay, I think... I currently don't have fire resist up, and I'm wondering if I should have that or protection from magic. That was further forward than I should have gone. And we've... Oh, right, they have the ability to cast Dragon Breath. I forgot. I forgot about the Dragon Breath. Yes, there's like a 10% chance that they cast Dragon Breath. Okay. Luckily, they're all pretty low level. If they were higher level casting Dragon Breath, I'd be much more concerned. But I think for these... They're literally lower level than me. I think that we'll probably be fine. As long as we don't pull too many. But pulling too many is a very serious risk here. This is a dungeon where it's pretty easy to pull quite a lot. And the corners are good, but I don't know that they're that good, you know what I mean? We're getting hit by both of these now. Which is suboptimal. Oh shit. I need to back off. I don't know how many are on me right now. I'm gonna beat on these around the corner. The hope is that we eventually get into the green so that I can save. We're currently in the red, so I can't move right now. We're gonna wait for a second while we... I didn't train either. Am I gonna die of exhaustion? No, we're fine, because we just did, Did we do an arena? I think we might have done an arena. Did we not? We might not have done an arena. I think we did an arena. If we did a battle in the arena, we're probably fine. So... Alright. So, goal here is to basically clean out one of these corners as quickly as possible so that I don't have to be worried about... Oh boy. You can do that. That hurt. I need to get out of here for a second. Okay, we've got one on us. It's not the leech. We're fine. Alright, the leech seems to be stuck in that corner for right now. Unfortunately, it aggroed from a weird position. I should probably just pull these back further. Okay. We're gonna do okay here. There we go. So we got the leech down. It's quite a lot of enemies in play. The thing is, if we didn't succeed at the arena, we only tried it and failed, that wouldn't be sufficient for getting arrested, right? Because I would have had to reload. Though I guess it probably wasn't literally Sunday, so either way, I would probably have progressed time forward by spending time at the end. We're probably fine. We're probably not at risk of falling over death from exhaustion before we can save. So, we finished this room. My assumption is that there's going to be a bunch in here. Okay, I have two in here. Okay, we got another crafting cube. Let's go.
This is nice.
Ancient plate. And I'm actually not going to loot any of the chests. Now that I think about it, I don't want to loot any chests until I've confirmed that that is a thing I can do. I remember when I played this game as a kid, I always got very confused by the floor in that room because the weird shifting super sus flooring in there is the part of the floor that's safe, not the part of the floor that kills you. It took me a long time to figure that out as a kid because I kept trying to dodge that part of the floor, and I would just keep taking hits. I was like, what? I thought that I got it that time. I thought I managed to do it that time. And then it's like, you did. You managed to perfectly dodge every safe portion of that floor. Good job. Good job. Well done. It took talent, but you managed to do it. I say as a kid, I might have kept doing that into adulthood. I don't know. You'd have to check the old streams to find out. Did I need to get corrected by chat on that? You know. Hey Malakath. We doing a map. I was wondering why they were AoEing at first, and I was like, oh wait, yeah, the map has them casting Dragon Breath at me. I remember now. I, of course, intended to get more food before I came into the map so that I could save more frequently, like before there. It's hard to say because I don't. Do I have the enchant actually on right now, or did I have to turn it off? It's currently on. It's currently off actually. So what do I have on right now? Do I have the? I have the resists up. These are doing fire damage. I don't know that I can afford to drop my resists because these are doing dark damage. I think. With the Dragon Breath? Dragon Breath does dark damage, right? I don't know if I can afford Fire Aura right now. Can you cast Fire Aura? I probably can cast it. No, you can't because you don't have it. I don't think using a lower tier of haste is something that I want to do right now. I'll have to check out what I'm gonna once I've had the ability to save, because I don't want to find out how much burst damage I can take if I disable some of my resists to activate the other thing.
I'm wounded.
Once my characters are more promoted, I'll be able to keep all of the buffs that I want up at the same time, but for now, we're somewhat limited. I think there's been like a big difference in thing, right? In bodybuilding, I believe. I don't remember what my numbers looked like last time, but in theory, I should have substantially more HP now. Yeah, I just don't remember what my numbers were. I think I can potentially find a safe place to save if I can clear out the ones that are currently aggroed. I do also have a really heavy investment into bodybuilding, though, compared to what probably most people do. Because I tend to just make the build just like keep everything even for the sake of not having to spend a huge amount of time on stream like thinking about it. And I haven't done the math on the other stuff. Things like maintaining a specific proportion is something that I'm conceptually interested in, but keep forgetting to actually implement. How do I want to handle this? Alright, let's concern. We go here? We're gonna go here. This is a bad idea, but we're gonna do it. This corner is dangerous. The other thing is that all of these are level 100 or higher, so in theory I could get more maps from my maps, right? Can map enemies drop at maps? Can I just go on a map chain where I'm just like continuously doing maps because I just never... I guess the one issue is that one of the things that I was intending to do with this run was identify the bolster difference between doing between the two strategies, and that's undermined a bit if I'm adding extra experience in here from these maps. So we might have to do the math after all. This test might give completely invalid results, actually. Oh, interesting. So when you get a map for a place that you've already... what happens if you go to a map for a place that you haven't been to before? Is the map like a completely separate map, or does it take place on the same map as the original? Like how do maps work in that regard? Whoa. Let's see. Do I keep my map? Let's see. It's hard to say. I kind of feel like almost every game from the 90s. I guess this isn't from the 90s, but like, I feel like this was the era where pretty much every game was a niche game. Like, there weren't any, like... There were no blockbuster games in the classic sense. Like, if you think about the Final Fantasy series, right? Like, the Final Fantasy series is, like, what you would think of as, like, a blockbuster game series to a degree. And the Final Fantasy series is, like, nothing compared to the transition that happened, I think, in the late 90s, where there was the sort of mainstreaming of video gaming culture, where, for lack of a better word, all the jocks got into gaming. And obviously, the jocks were always into gaming, in the sense of, like, there were always a bunch of athletic people who were into Dungeons and Dragons and Final Fantasy games and all that kind of stuff, right? That was never not a thing. The idea of the nerd is not
I've never
a
seen one.
terrible... Like, that's a media creation. It's not like a... It has nothing to do with, like, what, like... It has nothing to do with, like, what nerds behaved like or looked like in the 80s and the 90s. But but things got... There were a lot of people who were, like, became a bit more casually interested in more nerdy properties, who weren't generically interested in nerdy properties. And then Halo really blew up the gaming space. Like, Halo really fundamentally altered the way that that gaming as a space worked, right? Like, on a fundamental level, like, Halo is the thing that made it so that basically you would get huge numbers of people who would otherwise not be playing any video game in a room, like, fighting each other, but not physically fighting each other with guns in Halo, right? It had 16-player co-op, or no, 16-player competitive. All you needed was to connect some TVs together. It wasn't anything complicated. Everybody didn't need their own computer to make it work. It wasn't anything weird. Like, it was something where it's like, was it nerdy to set up a Halo party? Absolutely. Was everybody able to do it pretty easily, regardless of technical know-how? Did you need to do a bunch of driver bullshit? No. You didn't. There was no, like, amount. You didn't need to, like, set up for 6 hours to make it happen, which is what happens with, like, trying to play Baldur. You want to play Baldur's Gate with 6 people? Good fucking luck, right? Good luck. Right? So it's just one of those things where, like, there was only a few people who had the technical capacity to make multiplayer gaming work, right up until pretty much the Xbox made it so that it was feasible to have a party where, you know, a party being, like, more than 3 guests, you know? Like, have a party where people are all playing. And then once you have that, you have the ability for a bunch of people who otherwise wouldn't have played to now understand what they're seeing when they see someone playing a game on screen, because they now have experience with it from when they joined up with, a party of 10 people or whatever, and we're all, like, hanging out playing a thing, right? And so from there, you ended up with the expansion of all of these spaces to, like, this massive thing. And part of that was directly, like, the Call of Duty bros, who at this point, like, people think of the Call of Duty crowd as being, like, real gamers or whatever. Like, that's how they market themselves. Like, Call of Duty is such a fucking, like, normie ass bullshit like that is the kind of shit that people who weren't gamers started playing, right? Sometime in like the 90s and the early aughts, and kind of like there's just a lot more normies than there are like people who played with MS-DOS and had to figure out how to get, you know, Sherlock Holmes adventure games working, you know, through the command prompt, right? Like there's a lot more people who didn't do that than who did do that. So there's this bizarre like there's this bizarre like sort of thing that happened where the space very rapidly within like a few years was kind of like overrun with like this massive cultural shift, and a lot of like the really toxic masculine behaviors are associated with that new breed of nerd to come in, the people who, you know, like they were cool in high school, and then, you know, they stopped being cool as soon as they got out of high school, and so they were, you know, they didn't have any normal none of the social circles that they had in high school retained into their college and work careers. So they're now, you know, doing Call of Duty, which is basically like playing Halo, which is what they were doing in high school, right? Only now they're doing it online. Right? So there's this like transition, as, you know, as the alienation of capitalism, as we've talked about, as capitalist alienation takes over and makes it so that as an adult you cease to have third spaces and you cease to be able to communicate with the people in your local community, you end up becoming isolated in, you know, into these things that you enjoyed as a kid. And so anyway, so that's thus is born the Call of Duty gamer. But I like first-person shooter games. Like, I like the dynamic of playing an FPS with my friends. But I don't have any friends who play them anymore, so I don't play them much. I like FPSs. I like when I was a kid, me and the, you know, the gamers and the pseudo gamers, the, you know, the people, the Call of Duty gamers, so to speak, like, had a lot of fun doing GoldenEye, right? But then Halo really, so GoldenEye was the first, I think, of that, because, like, normies weren't playing Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers was great, but it was very difficult to get someone who wasn't, like, super nerdy already to play Smash Brothers with you. Fighting games were not a space where you were... Even, like, fun party games like that were just not a space that you would get, like, the average 14-year-old boy to come play with you. You know, that just wasn't a thing that you were going to be very successful in. You'd have to get, like, a certain type. People who are kind of already interested in that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's just an interesting dynamic there. There was a lot of, you know, so the point I'm making in all of this, I do apologize, I got completely off track. The point is that you have games that were huge in the gaming scene when they came out, but the gaming scene has gotten so much bigger over time because at the time it really only consisted of people who had the, like, technical know-how to make things work, especially like PC games. PC games were so niche, right? Like, console games were one thing. Like, there was a decent number of people who, like, casually knew how to play, like, you know, with their PlayStation or whatever, right? But I might be able to. That's what I'm headed to do now. But PC games were really niche. So, from my perspective, to answer the original question about how niche is Might and Magic, compared to the nicheness of, say, like Wizardry or some other game like that, I don't really know. And there wasn't one culture to look from in the way that there is kind of with the internet these days. With the internet, we've had this like homogenization where everybody has access to a lot of the same information. Whereas like nobody in my town had basically heard of Wizardry. Because the only person who played games in this genre, who basically the only person in my town who owned games in this genre was me. So anyone who was introduced to the Might and Magic series, anyone who was introduced to this genre of game, was introduced to it by me, and I had Might and Magic, and I had never heard of Wizardry. Well, I've heard of it in like a gaming magazine or something. I had heard the name, but I had no idea what it was, and I didn't know whether I'd like it, and I had never picked up any of the games in the series. So the thing that's interesting is that you can have really niche products where it's like no one's ever heard of this, except the developer was local, the person who made this was local, and so somebody in town got a free copy, or got a copy, you know, because they were, you know, one of their family friends was working on this development team and like gave the game to the family, which is the thing that happened for me, right? Like I got several, like I think I got several games like just gifted to my family, several PC games, because I had there was a person that my family met when we lived in the Bahamas who worked at Sierra. So, like, we got a bunch of, like, adventure games, I think, fully for free, because we knew someone who was not just, like, in the industry, but specifically, like, worked for the company that made those games, right? And, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to approach those from a different direction, because they're locked in, I think, and I want to either unlock them or something along those lines. But yeah, I need to find a place to save. I need to start clearing the center more because I'm rotating around the edge too much. So my goal is to get this section cleared. No, it was stuff like Pepper's Adventures in Time, and that was one of them, which I remember really enjoying. And God, what was some of the other ones? I'm trying to remember like what the other ones were. There was like oh no, it's not all of those were given to us though. I think Pepper's Adventures in Time was something that was given to us. This was when I was like maybe 10, right? So this would have been in like the 90s. Oh shit! Oh, that's a leech. Oh, I am boned, aren't I? I should have gone around the corner. We're in trouble. We're gonna die, actually, because the leech is gonna arrive, and then I'm gonna die. I never ended up playing any of the King's Quest games. One of the things that I think is very interesting about like modern versus pre-modern gaming is the fact I love how she's the only one that got through. That's very funny. That is so sad. That is so sad. The one that ended up getting through is the one that if she gets through, it's over. Okay, we're putting this on double speed. We have some idea of how to handle these packs. Yeah, I needed to think more carefully about what I was doing there once I realized that I had a leech. And I didn't think carefully enough to deal with a leech. This is a dungeon that's harder to get into a corner than you'd think. Or into a safe position than you'd think. I still didn't get... That is true, yeah. Well, we got up to 38% there without it. I'm not that concerned. Look, what's the worst that could happen? I waste everybody's time for 6 hours? What's the worst that could happen? That is a...
Tis but a scratch.
It's a leech! You've got to be kidding me. That's so funny. And she's not even available to hit, is she? Oh my god. Why is life like this sometimes? Alright. We're gonna try something a bit shady. We're gonna see if it works. I need you to come to me. I need you to come to me! I needed you to come to me! I needed to jump! Here's the question. Are they all going to arrive or not? Okay, I'm is there a hidey hole I can get to?
Tis but a scratch.
Oh god, I sent you in.
I don't know.
That's the leech. Ah! Why would we need food? We don't need food. I don't know what you're talking about. That was pretty funny. Hey, look, at least it happened early, right? Alright, let's see. Let's pop over to Stone City. The map affixes are... Wait. Okay, so it's 9.5% chance to cast Dragon Breath, they regen, and spell recovery speed is increased. So the most dangerous affix is the Dragon Breath, and I don't think the Dragon Breath is that big of a deal, honestly. This is something that the biggest issue is the map itself, because of the fact that it's hard to get to the point where I can save. So we're going to save this. We now have the ability to save, and then once we've saved, still save 5 more times in the green. So it's so funny that we found another leech instantaneously. That is actually very amusing to me. That was a lot of Dragon Breaths coming in. Ooh. Oh, thanks for the gifted sub, not GL the Viper. Very generous. Oh shit! I forgot about the snakes. Wait a second. Not GL the Viper. What are your feelings on Cobra? Not GL the Viper. I'm not. Wait a second. Also, thank you for the personal sub. But wait a second. But I have suspicions. Or actually, no. Is it that Vipers and Cobras really don't get along? So we're. Or is it because not GL the Viper? I don't know. Suspicious. I'm suspicious. To be clear, I do know that the name is not actually a reference to the game. I'm just making it. I'm just having fun with it. Ah! We're fine. Alright, we got a group of them on the left, group of them on the right. Well, it's very kind either way. Castle Fire. Oof. Yeah, inventory crashes happen periodically. I tend to be very, I tend to avoid doing too much in my inventory if I haven't saved recently. It's been pretty rare that I actually crash off of it. I think it's only happened like 3 or 4 times in the entire time I've been playing the mod, but it's just one of those things where it happens a couple of times and then you go, no! just a couple months late. Just a couple. There we go. There we go. How we doing? How we doing? Okay. Take you out. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. And by almost done, I mean almost done with like the very tiny
This is nice.
entry. Not like
We don't need this.
anything terribly meaningful. You know what's really sad? I found a dagger and I never identified it. I should have identified it before I died. Because I got that dagger right at the beginning and I was like, okay, well, once we, not really, no. Because I don't have Fire Aura on this character. And I'd have to move something big like Haste. Do I have... I guess I could move the Resists over. Like, I guess I could do the Resists on you instead. And that would make mana for it. That would actually help. Let's do that for now. Holy crap! This is a gifting spree. Thanks a lot, Jail the Viper. We're on a roll today. Or you're on a roll today, I guess. I feel like the for some strange reason of like the way that like public speaking works, somehow the royal we has been like adopted in like a meaningful way by like streamers. You know? Oh yes. You know, we have decided. It's like, you mean I've decided. Why do you use we when you mean I? And I actually don't know etymologically why that is, but I think when it comes to like streamer stuff specifically, I think it is kind of like a like an almost like it's the same thing as like with like a team sport kind of deal, where it's like we're all in this together because we literally are, right? Like, you know, if I progress to the next area, we all get to see what the next area looks like, right? Like it's an interesting dynamic where it's like, because I don't think that it's like a conscious thing. There's a lot of unconscious utility to the way that like we speak as people, and yeah, just don't die. Just casually do it correctly. Oh my goodness, we're really on a roll. Holy crap! Thanks for yet another gifted sub. You know, people just pop their heads up in chat. People pop their heads up and it's like, I'm gonna snipe you. Nobody shall remain unsubbed. You cannot speak if you aren't subbed. You could just turn on sub-only chat and everybody can talk. This is the world we seek to create. You know, things have been picking up quite a bit in terms of average number of people who are around at any given time for the last several months. And it's really nice to have, a lot of people around and talking. The only issue is that I will periodically just fully miss a message because my brain breaks and I'm just like, okay. I look through, I see 4 messages, there's 5 messages there, and then one randomly in the middle I just miss. You'll notice sometimes that 30 minutes later I'll finally respond to something that someone said, and it's because I read the message before and I read the message after, and somehow that message just bled into the other 2 in my brain. And you know what? I'm gonna blame. What am I gonna blame? I have so many options. Do I blame the ADHD? Do I blame the aphantasia? Do I blame my eyesight that's slowly deteriorating back to pre-surgical levels? I don't know if it's ever gonna get that bad. That would be pretty hard. What do we blame? I guess we're just gonna blame inattention, not in the ADHD sense, just in the sense of. Let's do a curveball and not blame any of those. We'll just blame me. Let's see. Hey, I've been very happy with everyone. Oh my god! And there goes Malekith. They're dropping left and right. Thank you, not the Viper. Do we know who this person is? No, but we have a very strong idea that they are not Geo the Viper. There's somebody else. Ah! Sorry. I hope I have my audio set up in such a way that the mic, cuts me off if I get too loud. Because I keep spooking myself. This is all good. I get the impression that you might have some concept of who this person is. There's some relationship there. One might say the two of you are related in some fashion. In some fashion. Let's see. 11. What's the 11 a reference to? Google 11, oh boy. Is Agent Numbers 2 reference? "11" is a reference to murder holes, and is it like the 11th technology in the tree or something? Wait, what? It is very funny because it's like, oh yeah, I want to Google this Oh, is that the Wololo? Which one is that? I'm trying to think because I remember a lot of the. Let's see. You'd think that I would stop getting spooked, but you'd be wrong. It's never gonna happen. Are there 61 taunts in that game now? Holy shit. I'd completely forgotten that in Age of Empires 2, that if you just typed in a number, it would just give you one of the random voice lines. Because it's just it's basically just all the is it the WAVs? Were they WAVs or MIDIs? MIDI I think was for me. Like all the WAVs in the game for all of the random unit noises, right? It's basically like a BGM player, but you just like type it in whenever you want. 48. Feels like a lot more than there were when I was a kid. I actually have some friends who play some strategy games now. I have a friend who's playing Heroes of Might and Magic actually at the moment. Like they're actually playing that with their relative. I'm gonna save this under dungeon. We're gonna do it. We're making our first save because I feel like I don't want to risk this full. We have a lot of choices in what we can do now. And, like in the previous one, I had choices of where I was going to go. I didn't have to go to the place that had the leech. Now, I didn't know that there was a leech there, and I don't know where the leeches and other dangerous things are in this pack either, like in this Dungeonese. But if I make a decision in terms of where to go, and it turns out to be a bad decision, I can now just reload and go to and make a different decision. Whereas before, like early in the game, early in the dungeon, you're not making as many decisions, right? Because it's like you're kind of just going where you need to go. You have in front of you what you have in front of you, but I have options to try to clear to green here, and we're gonna make it happen. Yeah, Age of Empires was always a lot of fun. I really enjoy. There was a time period where I played basically like every RTS that came out for about 2 weeks. And I eventually stopped.
Tis but a scratch.
The issue that I had with RTSs is that I was the only person that I knew who played them. So I would basically just exclusively play them solo, which, you know, not the optimal way to play an RTS necessarily. Oh god, oh god. Mm-hmm. So speaking of making mistakes, that was a lot of projectiles coming out. Yeah. That is definitely a factor in the modern gaming industry. Like, I feel like every genre, to a large degree, is dealing with that. It to be honest, it mostly just comes down to, like, you know, the way financial markets work these days.
Tis but a scratch.
The less important consumers become to, like, the success of a business, like, the less important profit is to a business, the less, like, the less, like, you're gonna see stuff that people actually have any desire for. And that might sound unusual, because it's like, but if they were profit motivated, wouldn't they, like, cut corners and stuff? And it's like, yeah, they're gonna cut corners anyway, because that's what shareholders want. But, like, the shareholders are not looking for the thing to be profitable. They're looking to dump their stock on somebody else before it becomes valueless. Like, that's the way that, like, that's the way that all the markets work these days. It's all Ponzi schemes. Like every legitimate business is a Ponzi scheme these days. It's like that's not every legitimate business has a Ponzi scheme built on top of it. Is the way that I should describe that, right? So you have the legitimate business, but the legitimate business is not what the stock traders are working with. The stock traders are all working with Ponzi schemes. Does the Ponzi scheme have the name of that business? Yes. Is it related in any way to the financial success or failure of the business? Yes, because the business is legally liable for all of the bullshit that the people who are doing the Ponzi scheme are doing. It's a whole thing, but. It just makes it so much harder to make good art when, like, the metrics become like a buzzword as opposed to the metrics having a meaning, right? I don't think I tried Stronghold. I think somebody has told me about it in the past. I'm pretty sure I've seen it around. Like, I've looked at it. But it might just be that it was on my Steam page for a long time. I don't know. I don't know how much information I have on it. I'd have to look at it to know what I even already know. But no, I don't think I've ever gotten into it. I never really got super into any RTSs, to be perfectly honest. There were a couple that I got into early on, but the issue that I ran into later was that because I didn't have anybody playing them with me, I was never really rooted to any one game for any meaningful period of time. So I was just like learning a new game every few weeks. So I didn't really dig deep into any of them. I don't have like a lot of games that I have like a deep history with outside of like Age of Empires 2.
That wasn't so bad.
Yep. Oh, that's a map. That right there is a map. Alright, depending on how common these maps are, we might have to adjust our strategy here. I'm not going to take a look at that map until we have the ability to save. Following the same rules as I'm following with the other gear. Oh, wait, what the oh my god. Jeez. Okay, thanks, not GDL the Viper. Holy shit. Hey, we've got a hype train. Level 3. From one person doing a thing. Okay. Thanks a lot. You have a great day since you're leaving. Oh, there's another that they've updated in the last... since I started stream. Because there was an update that went out right before I started stream. All right, I'll take a look. Oh, it's specifically a map update. Okay. Interesting. No, I was just like looking at the stream and going, huh, that's not supposed to work quite that way. Here, let me fiddle with this a bit. Because yeah, when I started, there was an update that had happened 30 minutes prior to me starting, and then one that happened 4 minutes prior to me starting. I'll take a look. Look at all those stars. So many stars in chat. Oh my god. Okay. Well, is Anonymous Gifter a username, or is that... Is that someone who's choosing to gift anonymously? I don't know. Well, whether you are named an anonymous gifter or whether you are an anonymous gifter,
'Tis but a scratch.
thank you very much. We now have a level 5 hype train. Holy shit. I don't know what that means, but that's cool. Is a hype what is a hype train? It's a thing that exists. I know that much. People have read this. It is very much sub day today. It is very much the day of the subs. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, level 127. So like, so it's so basically like a hype train is maintained specifically by the monetized things happening within like a like small time frame. I'm actually curious mechanically how it all like works together. Like, is it like, oh god, what's happening now? Oh boy, we thought that Nachiel the Viper was leaving, but it turns out Nachiel the Viper was instead just gifting another 10 subs. So thank you so much. We are, yeah. Soon everyone who's following the channel will have a sub at this point. I thought Nachiel the Viper was like going to bed. I was like, you know what? Never mind.
That wasn't so bad.
We're gonna do some subs in our sleep. This is actually what we call like sleep subbing. It's a lesser known modern phenomenon where like you fall asleep and then in your sleep you.
Tis but a scratch.
Look, I always assume that people are going to bed when they leave because it's generally the opposite end of the world for me. Though some people watch from my own time zone. Not commonly. Usually it's like my friends. There's not very many people in Singapore who watch my particular content. Because I don't think so. I don't know. Have I ever seen... I think I've seen like a couple people from Malaysia. I've definitely seen people from like Indonesia. But like Singapore's a pretty tiny place, right? Like it's not like super likely that with a community as tiny as mine that you're going to see a lot of
'Tis but a scratch.
a lot of people from that one particular place, unless like the algorithm pushes it in some particular way. That is crazy though. Holy shit. When it rains it pours, like really, like wow. Thank you so much. Let's see. Meanwhile, I'm just like getting side railed with like, so mechanically speaking, is there like a multiplier on if it comes from multiple people, or is it all like just tied to like a specific like financial value? Does it like give different values if there's like a diversity of type of thing going in? Like how do they mechanically do this? Because I am, after all, me, and and everything comes down to doing some weird math. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Okay, we go here. So, like, the diversification has an impact on, like, the way that the hype train behaves, kind of deal. It is very interesting. I haven't really looked into to be honest, I haven't really looked into the financial side of Twitch that much, because of a lot of reasons, but part of it is just because I'm very small, so, like, I, am not generally expecting to, for it to be super relevant, but because I just know that there's all these different components that do all these different things, but I just don't know very much about them. I don't like. I don't watch enough Twitch to really know too much. And most of the people that I watch on Twitch are like really small live streamers. Well, not really small. They're like, you know, people with like, you know, a few dozen to maybe 100 concurrent viewers kind of deal, which is a fairly small creator. And a lot of these systems are built in such a way that it's like you mostly see that stuff playing out in like the larger scale streams. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to look into how those systems work, because now I'm actually interested. Like, how does this work? I'm curious. The hype train. I should just do an entire stream where I just do like make spreadsheets, like, you know, okay, so, you know, in order to, you know, optimize for hype train potential, like this is these are the dynamics that, like, you know, like, you know, the community should spread their money to at least this many different people, and then those different people do these actions in order. Whatever nonsense. Just like a theory crafting stream on that. I'm absolutely not going to do that, because I'm sure that other people have already done like a way better job of it than I'm ever going to do. But it's funny to think about for me. Unfortunately, we did just pull these things in the middle here toward us. So let's see. I've cleared out the ones that are like in the actual tunnels. I went the wrong way. I cleared out the ones in the actual tunnels. Is that far enough away? I think that might be far enough away, but I'm not sure. We might need to go into that lower room to make that work. And we might not. I just don't know. It's possible that we really are going to need to like get the center area cleared, or at least clear part of the center area if we're going to have the ability to do this. The other thing that I'm thinking about, no, I can't get them across a gap, because the gaps they can shoot dragon breaths across now. So the dragon breaths actually make a bigger difference in this than you'd think, because the oh, there's a bunch of enemies in the... Oh wow, I'm such a dope. I didn't check this room at all. For some reason, I thought that I'd cleared this. Hey, look. Oh, hey, Poutine. How's it going? Oh! That's a copy. That's a copy item, right? That's the legendary copy, I think? Ho, ho, ho! With my camera? No, I'm not aware of it, but I'm aware that it can happen, because it's got an auto zoom function. I think that was a mirror. How commonly is it happening? Because it could be that I don't have the light as high as it needs to be. Did it just happen to, like, do something weird right as Poutine came in? Or are you talking about the in-game? Because if you're talking about in-game, the Twitch compression does not handle Might and Magic games very well. Yeah, well, that'll happen. The auto zoom is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I do think that I maybe didn't turn my light up as high as I usually do. So I'm going to turn it up one tick higher because I think I'm in a little bit more darkness than I usually am. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so we got that. How are you? Doing great, it sounds like. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Nope. Don't do it. Alright, so we're going to try to clear these. If we can clear out a southern route here, then... hopefully we can get enough clearance out of this to be able to save at the entrance. I actually think that I probably thought I had cleared this and hadn't cleared it the first time that I came through here. Yeah. It's very likely that it was just bad luck on when you came in. It's also very likely that it's tied to a head movement that I do when I'm specifically not looking at the camera, so I wouldn't see it. So I wouldn't know that it's a fairly common thing to happen. Because I know that the camera will periodically lose focus because it just, you know, I'm moving. I'm moving a pretty considerable distance. Like, when I sit back here, I'm like 30% further away from the camera than I am when I'm here, that's a big difference. So I could turn off the autofocus, which I thought that I had done at some point, but the problem is that Windows will always like reset all of your settings and turn off everything that you do and not tell you that it did it. So it's hard to say which problems I run into are problems that I've already solved a time or two in the past, and Windows just undid my solution, and which are new. I did find a mirror, yeah. Let's see. We're probably not going to be using it for a while. I have an idea of which item I want to use it on. Well, you know, if we're going to save, we're going to need to clear to the green, you know? That's the key. Saving requires getting good, as they say in the business. I don't know how much of this room we have found so far. I do have 10 food, but then I wouldn't be able to save again for the entire dungeon. I'd like to be able to save at least twice more. To be clear, I've saved once in this dungeon already. That was so much burst damage. Oh my god. If we clear out this room, I think we can save in the green. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna do the middle room without saving first. If I get to the point where that middle room is definitely the thing that's preventing me from saving, then we're just gonna save. But what I'm currently trying to do is clear out enough of the southeast here that I can save at the entrance. Because I'm fairly certain that I have gotten myself the ability to save at the entrance before. I don't have to worry about getting killed by an instant death effect, because everybody's got immunity to instant death on their items. So I'm not super concerned about that. The only way that I can really, like, fail here is by actually, like, doing something that gets me killed. Right? Not just like, oh, well, I got a stray hit that eradicated a party member or something like that. So I think we might be okay here to save. Let's check this corner here. That's not sufficient. check the southeast corner now. Still not sufficient, so... I don't think it's these. It's gotta be something closer than this, right? I don't know what's blocking me from saying it, but something somewhere is causing me problems. We're gonna keep moving. I'm gonna check. Yeah, status immunity is very good. The thing that I'm going to be using mine on is that I have created a status immunity ring, and I'm probably going to be replicating that ring before I worry about anything else. Not because the ring is the most impactful item that it can be, but because a status immunity ring is basically irreplaceable. I'm not going to regret having a ring that has immunity to all status effects on it, because I found another item that has this, right? I'm not going to find 5 status immunity rings, probably, and I'm certainly not going to find. I don't think I'm going to find enough status immunity items just in general for me to ever regret having one more. But we'll see. But I'm probably only going to start copying stuff substantially later. Yeah, a lot of my late game itemization stuff was tied to the fact that I just had way too many of certain types of items. And the nice thing about rings is that if I found 10 status effect immunity legendary rings, I could use all of them comfortably. I would not regret having any of those. There's no downside to having them. They're a legendary. They have higher stats. That was a bad idea. I don't know which door I just opened. Okay, I think I just tagged... Yes, I must have tagged the pit there. So we've now gotten that pit open. And we now have... Oh, we have that center room. Alright, do I want to open these rooms? Wait, what is this one? Can I just kill these through the wall? Yeah, this is the map. You know what? I'll just kill these through the door. That's fine. And that center room, I'm pretty sure, is the room that opens the floodgates for the entire center swarm to come murder me. So, it doesn't feel that bad. It's very well balanced. It feels like it makes these enemies massively more dangerous. And it also gives a sizable threat of me being, instantly obliterated if I'm ever, standing in the open. That doesn't exist normally. Because there's each individual enemy has a 10% chance to cast a Dragon Breath. So I can just have, 8 Dragon Breaths come out at me all at once, which is really intense. As a consequence to being, exposed to enemy fire, the enemies have the ability to do a Dragon Breath is a pretty big deal. Because normally they can't all do it, right? Even if you're fighting liches, not every lich can use Dragon Breath on you. Interestingly enough, we seem to be able to hit them through this wall, so... I'm trying to clear these ones, not the ones in the big room. But you know what? I'll take it for now if they're gonna just stand here. I don't think I can clear this whole pack. I think that eventually they're going to stop feeding, but maybe not. We might be able to just kill them all through the wall. We're in the subway. We just double speed and start holding A. I think that's what we're doing. Alright. We're up to 73%. We have this corridor up here that we need to clear. And outside of that, I don't know how much... Okay, that's... I don't think I want to clear all this pack right here, right now. I would like to save and then come back to them. Because I'm not like consistently hitting them with every attack, so it's just a little bit slower than I would like for something as cheesy as this. I like for my cheese strats to also be fast. If the cheese strat isn't also quick, I'm less into it. So let's see here. I'm gonna try getting over here. Is this far enough? It is not. We've already explored. Good portion of this place. We have those enemies over there. I think we might want to just make a second save. We're at 75%. So I think that it makes sense to just make a second save. Let's do it. It would be very funny if I died to a bunch of dragon breaths as I passed by that door. I checked the entrance recently. I haven't changed anything since then, I don't think. Have I? Did I clear out these ones in the middle here? Did I clear out this room since I last went to the entrance? I'll take a look. It might be that room. Because I was pretty sure that I had gotten the ability to... Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. That I'd gotten the ability to save in here on my previous run. We do have the green right here. Okay, we're good. It was that room. It was that room. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure there was something that I had done the previous time. And it was this room. I basically were just barely in the green with the enemies in the other thing. Because the thing that I was worried about was that it was like, because these are aggroed, they're getting to this spot and that spot is too close or something weirdly. That we're not going to open this quite yet. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to grab the ones over here. There's a really big and dangerous pack over here that we have to deal with. And it's going to start charging at us at some point once we've got the doors open. But I think there's maybe a door right next to them that will prevent them from interrupting our pull of the other packs. So I think we'll be fine. Famous last words, you know? Famous last words.
Oh, I need healing. I've never seen one before.
How is our damage spread? That's a good question. It's equal between the Rogue and the Lich King. I feel so bad for Ulrin. Ulrin could do so much more damage if I didn't have this spear equipped. If I just gave any axe to Ulrin, Ulrin would be just doing so much more damage. And I probably should consider that. I don't know though. I like the idea. I think that over time, the spear is going to become more relevant. As, you know... I mean, I guess it kind of depends, right? So it depends on how my damage output scales relative to enemy durability. Oh, you're all in a pit now. They're all in the pit now. They fell in. Interesting. The entire pack fell into that pit. That's very funny. Okay. So, with you having fallen into the pit, I don't think I can reach them from up here. I do think that I have to bring them out. Yeah, just jump. The thing is, if I tried to jump over the pit, I would potentially die. Like, if I get too close to the edge of the pit, and they all use Dragon Breath has a pretty big AoE on the projectile, so it's entirely possible that an indirect strike would just obliterate my party because there's like 30 enemies down there. A lot of which are Witch Doctors. A lot of them are the top tier there. So, I think that before we do this, we are going to have to save. Did I loot any of the chests yet? Look, I feel ya. How many Lich two-handed axes have we found? Okay, we need to basically go save, just in case. We've run into a chest that I couldn't open, so I'm just... Not in this dungeon, but we have run into a chest that we couldn't open, so I'm gonna just play it super safe. We're gonna get the save off. We're gonna get the save off. There we go. I have to be in such a specific spot. Alright, save under dungeon. See, that's the way to do it, right? That's the real strat. Unfortunately, I can't do that until we're doing our caster run. But once we're doing our caster run, all bets are off. We can do all sorts of crazy shit. We can do all sorts of total madness once we start the caster run.
This is nice.
Interesting. So we've got a herdsman's axe. Oh. Now this looks like a really bad axe. Except for the fact that the thing that it doesn't have on it, but which it currently is associated to, so I could immediately top it to, is of the dragon. Thanks for the 27th gift sub. Gifting to Astro Kitty, not Jill the Viper.
There's no room.
Yeah, it looks good if you think of it from a thing as a thing you can craft. If you think of it as a thing of like, oh well, it doesn't even have a final affix on it, it's not super optimal. The fact that I could immediately pop that to of the dragon
Let's leave it behind.
is a big deal.
We don't need this.
So we got a cell key.
My pack's full.
This is not an upgrade for you, right?
My pack's
Correct.
full. Let's leave it behind.
Okay. That's going to be very shiny, I think. I'm gonna get some very good value out of that. This is just a taunt, Drakatos, because we just found a really nice two-handed axe right as they're saying. I keep finding caster axes. At like the exact same moment, it's like, oh, look at that! It's an axe that, on its face, looks like it wouldn't be that impressive, and then you realize that you can just immediately turn it into a crazy fucking Doom axe. But I'm not cursed. That was a good axe. That wasn't a caster axe. That was a melee. Oh. Where are you going? Where'd you come from? I am very curious. Yeah, okay, we can't do this. It fell in! Okay, go on. Fall in. Do it. You know you want to make this final pull like an absolute miserable mess for me. Just do it. Kids, don't do this at home. If you see a situation where the enemies are continuously collecting into one pool where you're eventually going to have to lift them up because you don't have an answer to do the thing, don't encourage them to go into the pit. Go somewhere else so they don't go down there. Alright, so where the hell were you even leaking from? Wait, does that door open separately? Do the left and right doors have different openings? Nope, you're just chilling. Okay. Oh, that's an issue. I didn't go in that room because I got assaulted by a billion enemies when I tried to go near it. Okay. This is fine. I didn't realize that... Isn't it the room in the middle that opens that door? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I guess the room in the middle opens the pit that we were just looking at. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Hunky-dory. And all that jazz. Okay. I think we're fine. Turns out we weren't just setting up for one disaster, we were setting up for two separate, completely distinct disasters. The first disaster is trying to deal with this room, and then the second disaster... It's just like the Hall of the Fire Lord, no one knows what's what. You know what would be really funny? The real funny way for it to be handled is it's just that whatever the first switch you hit does a very specific thing, and it's just in order of how many switches you have done, not in order of like this switch is associated with this thing. Kind of like how in the Freehaven sewers, whatever the first grate you look at is the grate that has the key, right? There's no like specific key grate, right? And this is gonna be such a fucking disaster. Immediate disaster. Oh god. No, this is fine. We only got like 4 of them on us. This is chill. As long as none of them are leeches. That is true. The Bootleg Bay dungeons have so many switches in them and so much going on that you do kind of end up just going like wandering around and you just keep hitting switches until you're done, right? You just keep doing shit until you're done. And then you find out that you're done and you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done now because it looks like all the things have happened. Which things that I did what? Who knows? Like, I still only have a vague idea of how to complete the quest in the Halls of Fire. Like, I only have a very vague concept about how that quest works. It's like you're supposed to open very specific doors, right? Which doors is it? How does it interact with the amber mechanic? I think it eats an amber every time you open one of those doors randomly from your inventory, but doesn't tell you that it's doing it? Question mark? How many times have I done that quest? 6 trillion. How comprehensive an understanding of it do I have? Not in the slightest. I have very little comprehension of how that works. Okay. How are you doing, friend? Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's a thorn! Ooh, that's a thorn! With an AoE! That means it's a boss with an AoE! Yoink! This is fun. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Can I just hit you from here? I can. You can hit me back though, so it's probably not a great idea to stay there, because if when I go back behind the corner they follow me, I'm not going to have the HP to, respond. We can clear this one. Okay, we can block the projectile with that at least. Wait, don't tell me there's two thorns. Are they both? Are there two bosses and they're both thorns? Because if you tell me there's two thorns cobras here, I'm going to be very annoyed. So don't tell me. As long as you don't tell me, it's fine. Just leave me in the dark. I think it's just the one. I just felt like I had done enough damage that I would have expected there to be more damage on this, and I thought that I saw two separate snakes of the same size when I first started this. Okay, concerning. I'm not sure if I can actually get in here. It doesn't help me a ton, because it does have the ability to Dragon Breath in here. Everything is fine. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not going to approach this from here, actually. I'm going to go back around to here. You're not fully stuck, are you? Are you, like, fully stuck? Oh, you're gonna make my life miserable, aren't you? Oh, no. Oh, you're fully fucking stuck. Oh, that is... Oh, no, that is big pain. That right there, that's some big pain. Okay, so we have 3 saves. It's a good thing that we have 3 saves. See, this is why it's important to retain your saves. So we're going to need to come back to that thing. I'm not going to hit that switch and potentially open up the pit right next to me. Because there's a Thorns Cobra that's stuck in a doorway where no matter which direction I approach it from, there's a hallway that it has direct access to nuke me down as I approach it. There's no, like... It's stuck in a position that's very bad for me. Like, real bad for me. I can't approach it without getting attacked. So I need to either use Invis, or I need to basically do multiple approaches. And I'll need to use multiple approaches either way, but I'm basically going to need to approach it with Invis and do as much as I can, and then follow it. Ooh, God! Ooh, I missed the jump. Okay. We're going here instead of the normal place. Can't hit you from here, can I? And there's 3 directions I can attack it from, and unfortunately, yeah, standard rock strat is exactly, like, literally, it's just rock strats, because that's... And the funny thing is that it even does an AoE. Like, it's even going to be AoEing me. It's a turret that AoEs, which makes it basically just a rock. We've literally got a rockadoodle time. And yeah, and it's stuck. It is a stationary enemy with AoEs. Okay. Hey, just like these, actually. See, this is very concerning, because I think that was only one hit, and that was from a mid-tier, I think. On the plus side, they can only hit me with the Dragon Breath. As long as I don't go too far forward. On the negative side, I'm splitting my damage pretty badly here. But on the plus side, once they start going down, they'll start going down fairly quickly. Okay. I think there's only a couple left, so I think I can just stand on that. I could go further before I ran into the enemies.
Tis but a scratch.
The attack does not finish because of the stun. Let's go. You've been stunned to death.
Tis but a scratch. Tis but a scratch.
We even have a rogue in the party. Just call me the stun rock rogue. Okay. We should be fine. I don't anticipate this being too crazy.
That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad.
Oh my god. It wasn't too crazy until it got really crazy really quickly. The burst damage that is provided by the Dragon Breaths is so intense. Because you go from everything is fine to 2 Dragon Breaths hit simultaneously, I'm in insta-give range, I need to leave. Like, the average damage coming in isn't that high, right? The Dragon Breaths don't add that much in terms of the average expected damage. I could easily lifesteal through the total DPS that it's providing. I can't deal with the burst that happens periodically. So periodically I just need to like disengage because things went very bad very quickly. So good. The interesting thing is that I actually don't know if I have a spot I can save now. How many are in here? None. Okay. So let's try... I guess just going due south and heading to the south centermost portion of the map. Is this far enough? Yes. Okay, so we can get a save here. So with us having a save here, we can save this under danger. We can move to here, and let's hit some switches because I think it'll be funny. So we're going to hit this switch that we left behind before. And that will probably bring these up, right? Yep. And one of those is a boss, which we already knew. But we have a good corner here. Is it a good enough corner to handle this many enemies? Unclear. But the answer is, you know, the answer may surprise you. Fairly well so far. This is actually going way better than I would have expected so far.
I'm badly.
Okay. So we just got a map. I guess we'll find out. you missed me beating the game and starting up an entirely new run. This is my caster run. It might look like a melee run, but that's a clever ruse. I'm using spells that just look remarkably similar to melee attacks. I don't think I'm going to use a map to go to a place that I haven't been yet. I don't think so. The other thing is that I need to... If I've now got 2 maps, right? If I can get a map when I get to the end of a dungeon, then I don't necessarily want to be... I don't want to be going into every map that I find, because I'll never leave the maps, right? And I would like to continue the run, you know? Did that AoE trigger multiple enemies to spawn at once? Oh god. So I have to I need to figure out how I'm going to make the rules work for this. So I'll need to come up with, like, how many maps do I want to clear? Like, stuff like that, right? And I don't know yet. I'm not sure. Now that we have this many maps, I'm not sure. The issue is that as I get toward the end of the game, eventually I will have cleared most of the dungeons, so most maps that I run into will be a map that I have that I've already cleared, right? So as I get toward the end of the game, I'm just going to be cycling through maps until every map that I have is for, like, one dungeon. So I'll just have to think about it. But yeah, we do have our mysterious mirror, and we have our flute. We have to get a horseshoe, which we give to Severia. And now, we're not quite done. You'd think we're done, but we're not actually done. Because we have one enemy to loot, and we need to go deal with this last boss here. Yeah. On the plus side, thorns are massively weaker against my party than they were a little while ago. With the conjunction of them having had their damage modifier lowered, and me having substantially more lifesteal to mitigate the value. Like, there's a double whammy there that's made thorns way less threatening. It's not unthreatening, but it's a lot less threatening than it was before. And just try brute force. Well, you know, we tried brute force, and it worked pretty well for a while. I didn't actually see that message until I had already disengaged. I would have actually just stayed in until I died, just for funsies. But I think... Okay, now's the time to pull out. I think that we're basically just going to do this one more time, and we'll be totally set. Not that crazy, as long as it doesn't, like, multi-Dragon Breath. Like, if it hits Komanit into half and then double Dragon Breaths on me, I might be in trouble, right? Like, a Dragon Breaths and then it Dragon Breaths as I'm trying to run away from it. I could see that being a big issue. God damn it. Or if I decide to do a shared life, like what I just did. If I do a shared life while I'm in melee with it, it can just get Commoditon off of the back of that. So right, we got this thing. You know what? We'll brute force it for now. Let's go. We're not going to brute force. We don't have Severia. See, this is the issue, is that once I get Severia takes so much damage from the physical attacks right now, because I have not invested anything into her physical mitigation. She takes so much damage from it that, like, she'll just pull all of Comoniton's HP into getting her above 0. And then I run into run the risk of just getting gipped by a Dragon Breath. So, you know, if you just don't attack me, that would be convenient. Oh yeah, I could attack it from outside of its melee range so that only the Dragon Breaths can hit me. Look, I'm very smart and very good at this game. I could have just fought it from out of it. Oh my god, it's immobile. Look, look, don't look at me. Don't look at me. It's. I mean, look at me because I'm a live streamer. I need you to look at me, but also just, I mean, like, some of you aren't even looking. You're just listening, but that's fine. It's fine. So don't look at me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Ugh. Actually, don't listen to me. This is embarrassing. Oof.
Let's leave it behind.
Conveniently, I have no shame. I have left my shame behind me. Oh, I forgot this was here. That's very funny. Okay. I accidentally... clicked this. Where's this go? No wonder I don't remember that this exists. There's a secret door that is like the most useless secret door in human history. It's a secret door that leads into the dangerous spot and doesn't bypass anything. I love it. I love it. It's so good. It is very funny because there are all these like secret passages and stuff that like people just forget about because they don't do anything useful. And then you go, wait a second. There's a secret passage there? It's like, yeah. Apparently. Would I ever need to use it? No. Doesn't lead to anything. Okay, I think I've looted everything. So I think we're done here. So I believe we are ready to GTFO, right? I think that's the case. So we're going to go ahead and save this under danger, just in case I am not actually ready to GTFO. Now we're going to town portal to... we're in the wrong place, actually. So let's Lloyd's Beacon to Stone City, because I think we have to do 7 next, right? We have to do something here. That would be very funny. Okay, we've got a lot of random loot there. We've got a flute. Picture you posted on Discord. When did you post it? Did you post it today? I haven't checked the Discord today, but I can take a look at it. Is it something that would be fun for me to look at while I'm on stream and then respond to? I'm not going to put the picture on stream because that would be something that I have to set up. Where are the maps that I picked up? Oh, there it is. So we have a Watchtower 6 map. Players' physical damage reduced by 16%, and monsters reflect 7.9% of physical damage. And bosses have 24% increased HP and damage. That's funny. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'll take a look. Give me a second. Let's see. Interesting. And it's just my camera doing that? That looks way more pixelized than I think I've ever seen it on the actual view here. It could be a compression thing. Has anyone else in my Discord and can see the image there? Is that how pixelated my camera gets for you? Let's see. Yeah, Watchtower 6, famously an easy dungeon, right? famously simple dungeon. Okay. So let's start identifying some of this loot that we've picked up, right? Let's see. Oh shit! I can't even save here right now. I need to. Yeah, I have a second map. I need to find it. Just give me a sec. I want to save. So I want to basically grab my food and walk outside so that I can. Anytime I'm working with my inventory, I'm like very aggressively saving because I'm just like paranoid. It's possible that that's a Twitch is compressing the video, and it's doing something weird with it because like my bitrate's real high, so it's possible that it's like something to do with the interaction between the two different windows, and it's just like normalizing something or something. I don't know. Let's see here.
Very weak. Powerful this is. Powerful this is.
Because there's so many factors that go into... Because I do know that it does get pixelated occasionally. I've never seen it that pixelated
Very
before.
weak.
Like, it gets, like, out of focus. But pixelated in that way, no, my camera doesn't
Very
get
weak.
that bad usually. And by usually, I mean ever. Not on my end. So that would be...
Let's leave it behind.
If it's, like... If it was an issue with, like... I'm not able to send the data fast enough to Twitch, to Steam,
This is
then
nice.
that would be one possible answer for that, and then other people would have experienced it. The other answer is that it has to do with the specific compression that it's doing on your end. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's see. My belt is a death and eradication. Almost everybody has a death and eradication belt on. So until I propagate more death and eradication items or immunity legendaries, everybody's just going to have those belts on. The number of times that I have run into a dungeon and almost gotten insta-gipped by something, but didn't because I had the immunity items, I'm just not turning them. I'm keeping them on. Excuse me. Let's see. This is a really, really solid item. This is... I could slap this on you. I think I might actually slap this on you. Do you have any dedicated, like, durability gear? I guess you kind of do. You have more endurance than you'd expect to have. I think I'm just going to pop it on in place of this, though. Because you have this style of gear, but you also have some really garbage gear in general. So let's find the thing that I put in this inventory, which we can easily find. There it is. 20% increase to durability. It depends. I think that the issues with Twitch compression, that is issues with the way that it handles compression, is something that should translate to the YouTube VOD, right? If the issue is tied to the specific, like, so basically, there's two things that are happening. So it's Twitch is interacting with the stream and Twitchifying it. So it's converting it over to like Twitch's, way of handling things or whatever. So whatever compression it does to the video, whatever shenaniganry it does to the video, anything that it does on that end as it's receiving the data, that will carry over to the YouTube VOD 100%, right? If it's a thing that's happening between Twitch and an individual user because they're like looking at the user's hardware and they're doing additional cycles of compression onto it, they're saying, okay, well, in addition to what we were doing before, we're now going to do this to like limit the output to this particular person so that the stream has like a reasonable level of thinger. At that level, it shouldn't impact the VOD, though a similar effect could happen with the VOD because YouTube might be doing the same thing, right? As you're streaming the video from YouTube, you could end up with a similar effect happening. Like sometimes when my internet is acting weird, when I watch a YouTube video, it gets completely pixelated out and you just can't see anything because, like, basically something went wrong and the server isn't connecting to YouTube properly. And it ends up with a whole thing. So in that case, you could see similar things happen, though it shouldn't necessarily happen at the same time, right? Like the same period of the stream wouldn't necessarily be the one that has that pixelization problem, but you might run into similar pixelization problems in general. If you download the VOD from YouTube, you shouldn't run into that kind of an issue at all if the issue is on that end. But again, any issue that's on the end of like between my computer and Twitch, whether it's because I'm not sending the data correctly or Twitch isn't receiving the data in a way that maintains the visuals correctly, either one of those, any errors that can happen in there, and there's an infinite number of ways for that to go wrong, those will probably show up in the YouTube VOD. They might not if the stars align, it might not, but it probably will. Here's the other map. Nyone Tunnels. Boss density increased by 56%. Players have a 15.97% chance to miss attacks. And players' HP and SP regen reduced by 21.8%. This one is not too bad. This one I think is pretty reasonable, actually. This one is not that crazy. I think that'll be fine. Interestingly enough, both of them are ones that we don't have done yet, so we don't have to make any hard decisions about how we're going to handle maps in general because we don't have these dungeons done anyway. So I think we gained about a level from that. And we have to go to the Barrows now. And did I move stuff around into other inventories? I don't think so. I think I pretty much was just using the same inventories the whole time. So we should be golden. So the thing that we can do if we want, and I'm not sure if we want to or not, we have the Axe of Balthazar, and we have this Light Poleaxe of Darkness. Let me take a look at the, like, even before I add the fire effect to this is already a pretty massive, like, before I add the fire effect, this is equivalent in DPS to the damage on this. So I lose a lot of HP, though. I'm not sure if I want to do this right now. It pixelates the chat overlay. Interesting. That's interesting, and it's in the same location. I will take a look and see if I need to potentially. I think I tinkered around with my bitrate at some point. My bitrate might be a little too high at the moment, so it's possible that my bitrate, if it gets too high, it's possible that it might be unstable, where it's just like trying to send too much information, and then my ISP gets confused, and then it like has a fail point. I could see that being the case, but I would expect that to affect more people if that was the if that was what was causing that. I don't know. So we got food, and we're going to check the barrows again. We unfortunately did not do thinger. Yeah, if the problem you're seeing is with like just like glitchiness happening with the rest of the video, like with the actual gameplay, the gameplay is going to get glitchy. But if the problem that you're seeing is with like the chat overlay, and well, maybe the chat overlay is over the game footage, so maybe it would affect the chat overlay too. But like, is affecting my image? I don't think that my image should be affected by the compression issues that are specific to like the Might and Magic, like can't be handled by Twitch stuff. That is like it's an unfortunate and known phenomenon that I will try to resolve. You know, I'll just get in contact with Twitch and make them fix it. You know, use my contacts. You know, I have contacts in, you know, in Distractable. I have contacts in, you know, thing around. You know, we got all the contacts.
Junk.
We did not have either of those. Okay. So, we're doing Barrow 8. This should be fairly simple compared to what we just did, I would imagine. I don't think these are going to be as high level, and they're not going to be hitting me with Dragon Breath, so... We have multiple factors by which this should be simple. Or simpler, rather. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of unnatural aging coming out. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Oh, yes.
Okay. We're at 61%, so I feel like we're gonna finish this up pretty quick. I think I could put this on double speed, actually. There's not that many left. There we go.
Oh, yes.
Okay, dungeon complete. So we just finished 8. Have we done 7? Unfortunately, I closed my thing. Ooh! Oh, never mind. Wait, this is a relic. Interesting. I fully misread it. I was like, "Ooh, is this an of the dragon?" And it's like, no, it's not. It's not. It's a relic actually. Twilight Crease. So this is an unenchanted Twilight Crease. I'm so excited. I'm like, oh no, hold on. Right, moving right along.
Junk. This is perfect.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop.
This is perfect. Excellent. It won't fit.
My
You know,
pet's
maybe I
full.
should have emptied my inventory before I came into the barrows, which are famously
Let's leave
full
it
of
behind.
treasure, huh? You know, just like famously so. Time for G? G? Nasi goreng? Let's see. Hey, we still have another barrow we can do, so... I'm gonna guess 13 hasn't been cleared, so we're gonna go to 13. Gigasort. Yeah. If I Gigasort now, I'm gonna end up with everything on the ground! You know what? I was right. I haven't done this before. That's great. Don't you love it when you're correct? And you die?
Have no feet. Ow, I'm badly hurt.
That did not end as well as I would have hoped for. I was thinking that I might be able to do some make that work. I was cooking with that movement. I was cooking. Wait, I was invisible. Why am I not invisible? Wait. Why? Do I start on top of an enemy? I thought wait, didn't I cast Invis? What? Wait. Wait. I cast Invis, right? I'm not invisible on the autosave. So, I came in here, I double-clicked this, you all saw it, and then I clicked on here, right? And then I immediately become visible. I did enter too loudly, that's what happened. Oh god, there's a swapper. Oh, I'm so boned. Love the autosave. And when I load the autosave, I'm visible again. I'm invisible. I'm clicking this. I'm visible. I have no anything. All my resources drop. I come over here. I go, please don't kill me. Please get stuck, at least enough that I don't die. That's so funny. Wait, is there like a... Can I open this? There's like clearly a door there. How do I get to it? I don't even recognize this barrow. Why don't I even recognize this barrow? You'd think that if this is such a difficult starting point for a barrow, that I would recognize it and go, oh yeah, it's this one, it's very hard. But I don't even recognize it. Okay, how do I get to that one? Right?
Have no fear.
So I don't think this area is actually going to be super helpful to me. I'm going to tinker around with. To be clear, I could probably take the enemies in the main room with some degree of regularity. So there's a secret passage somewhere in here. Is it the middle? Do I have to click on the middle? What? Okay.
Come on, let's go in.
How do we get over there? This is wild.
Help me. I'm badly
What is this barrel? How does it work? Okay, well, let's just stand here for now. Let's cool off for a bit, right? Let's have a cooling period. No one can kill me. Give me at least. No, okay, one of those is a puller.
Yes.
It's not a huge deal. I just think that it's interesting. It's an interesting bug that I'd be curious to know like how it's happening, right? Because it's like when I reload the autosave, I'm still not invisible. But you can see the invisibility drop on the other side. So like I'm invisible, I click. In theory there should be an autosave on this side of the load. But then I get to this side of the load, I'm invisible, I immediately drop invisibility. Like, you can see that I'm invisible on the other side of the load. Drop invisibility there, load back to here, and I'm not invisible. And it's like, how is this happening? It's wild, right? I assume it has to do with, like, the way that the barrows are programmed, right? Like, the barrows are presumably programmed in such a way that weird shit happens. I don't know that there's any reason to think that it's even related to the mod. Like, I don't think there's any reason to believe that it's related to the mod. I'm just curious about it because, like, there's got to be something going on with the way that, like, the autosave... Yeah, like, because there's also issues where, like, when you reload, not everything gets, like, properly reset. I did interact with the Dormant Space as well. I tried both. So my guess is that, like, you know how there's the problem where when you save and then reload, enemies that you haven't seen on the reloaded file yet will still be aggroed? Even if you're from a different, like, map, right, and you zone in, you'll have a bunch of enemies that are aggroed. That bug is tied into, like, the save system not properly clearing all of the stuff that it should be clearing. My assumption would be that the invisibility dropping there is basically tied to, you know, as Malekith is saying, some, like, leave map event firing incorrectly, and then when I'm reloading, because this is a unique type of movement, you don't get the standard, like, leave map stuff. This is, like, a unique thing to each of these barrows. The barrows have their own way that they're doing everything. Something about that isn't getting cycled out on the refresh, right? When you're reloading, that there's garbage data that's still there from the previous save. That would be my assumption. It could be something else completely. I could be completely misinterpreting how that's happening, but that would be my default assumption. The other way that it could be happening feels weirder and would rely on the save system behaving in a really weird way, because you can literally see the invis dropping when I get to the other side. Like, I'm still invisible on the other side, and then I reload, and I have it dropped. It's possible that the thing, because it's not like I reload and it ticks and my invis drops. It's that I reload into no invis. So there's more of a delay when I get to the other side of the load screen than when I load the save file. So I would presume that it's like a save caching issue that doesn't fire usually. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. What a dope. What a dope, this guy. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We're ready for Might and Magic 8 again, which is good. We're going to save this under dungeon. We're going to open this. We're going to see what shinies are here. We got Hermes, 322 speed. Unfortunately, we have legendaries on everybody at the moment, so that's going to hurt Hermes' overall value for our team.
Powerful this is. Huh. Very weak.
Got another thing there. And yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because I don't think that happens all the time, right? Let me take a look. I'm going to invis up. We're going to go to 2 because I'm pretty sure that I've cleared 2. So we're not going to be causing a problem by doing this. And it actually happens here too. That's interesting. Was this happening before? It wasn't, right? I don't think this was happening. Huh. Because I've come into some of these invisible before, right? Yes, I have. I definitely have. So this is an interaction where something has changed. If it's doing it consistently, I'd have to check the one specific dungeon that I'm pretty sure that I have done. So I'm curious about what could have caused that. It could be that there's some incredibly unexpected interaction with something that is in the mod. That's possible. It is also possible that there's some other reason, because this is a very strange bug. It's also possible that there's something that isn't actually related to the patch change that's going on, that's tied to something broke on the client in a way that's unrelated to the actual code, where something caused this glitch to start happening. It might be related to the mod, it might not be. I don't know. The obvious assumption would be that it's something broke with, I could see it being something with, because the map code was changed for the maps. It's possible that because the Barrow transition is such a weird transition, that, the Barrow transition is looking at something that the mod isn't expecting the leave event to look at. And it could cause a problem. It's also not a huge bug, right? It just is dropping my invis and doing some weird setting. It looks actually. Let me try something quick. Can I burn enough mana? Let's burn your mana. You're at 52 mana. It's triggering arrest. Is what I think. What's happening is that what's happening here is the same thing that happens in the arena. It's triggering arrest when I get to the other side. Okay, there we go. Because I was like, the thing is that the HP is also pumping up to full and then back, or the SP is pumping to full and then going back down, and I'm like, wait a second. Is that actually just doing the rest thing that the arena does? All right, we got there. Okay, now Let's see. Do we do the arena first? We can do let's do the inventory boss first. Let's do that because we are very inventory problem right now. Yes, that's what I'm going with. We are very inventory problem right now. Let's see. Let's see. Raven. Is it doing that when I teleport around too? I think it's doing when I teleport too. Because the HP bars just went back up to full. No, the Lich King is Quartal. So it's possible that because Lich King is the third tier for Death Knight. It can be hard to parse which section of the UI is getting activated at any given time with how quickly things are moving, especially if you're not the one controlling the cursor. Let's see here, because I tend to flip through a lot of things very rapidly. Let's see.
We don't need this.
There's actually loot that I have. You know what? No, we will keep this in your inventory, actually.
I can't fit anymore.
Okay, we can't put those in there yet. Let's go ahead and fly over here. And what day is it? It's 12 a.m. on Sunday, so you know what? We are going to do the arena first. Let's do the arena first. Let's do it. Let's see. We'll do the arena before we even do the inventory management. Who needs inventory management when you have an arena? Okay, 6 o'clock on Sunday. Let's pop in here, and everything's gonna go great. I guarantee it.
What lies ahead?
That's exciting. Man, I need to figure out how I want to handle the maps. Because I don't want to ignore the maps. The obvious thing to do is to ignore the maps. That's the obvious solution. It's just like, oh, well, just ignore the maps and then you don't have to worry about it. These poor troglodytes. These are only level 78. So, the first section of this I think is going to be very, very easy. I don't want to ignore the maps. That's the easy way to like maintain the premise of trying to like identify the difference between the different bolster strategies between different ones. That's the obvious thing to do. But that's also like it's boring to ignore like whole cool and interesting mechanics that are added to the game just for the sake of like is something that I really should just be doing the math for anyway. But the math is hard. The math is hard. I don't know where I would start with the equation, and it's not like easy to do the math. You can't expect me to do math if it's not easy. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a birthday boy. You can't expect me to do hard math. You know, where'd you get the idea that, that I know how to do math? From me talking about math all day? No. I do appreciate the idea conceptually that, like, every mathematician is fundamentally lazy. And fundamentally, the reason that math progresses as, like, a field of knowledge is because a mathematician goes, I need to calculate this thing, but it's a giant pain in the ass, and it takes, like, 30 minutes. There's gotta be an easier way. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. And then they spend the next 4 years inventing a way to take the amount of time it takes to do the thing that they're trying to do from 2 minutes to, like, 20 seconds. And they're like, look, I've invented this mathematical principle. That, to me, is how mathematics works. That is my headcanon for math. I will not be persuaded that it is otherwise. All great advancements in all human history are fundamentally tied to... You know, I could do this, but it would take a little bit more work than I wanted to. Can I come up with a better way to do it that won't take this much work? And then dedicating your entire life to a marginal efficiency improvement. Yeah, we do need to be a little careful with the ghosts, because the ghosts do have unconsciousness as a proc, and we're not protected from that on everybody. We are protected on the one person who is most relevant. So this is going to be a fairly easy pack. We don't have to worry too much, because this is the last enemy. We're all set. So we did it just in time to need to do a patch. Level 13 completed. We've gotten all of the loot. Our effect expired. We can teleport out of here, and then we're going to do a quick patch. So we've got at least one bit of progress there. We're going to save this, and we're going to patch before we check out the loot, just because I am a tease, and for no other reason. And that sounds like a joke, but it's kind of not, right? Like, I just prefer, if I have the option to do a thing now, to not do it now and to wait until later, because I think it's funny. And what is that if not being a tease, right? Like, that's just... waiting until the last possible moment to do the thing that you can do right now. Right? Delay of gratification and all that jazz. Okay, I think I just did this correctly. You'd think I would know, but I'm fairly certain that I'm installing the correct patch and not the patch that I had already on my clipboard from when I started stream. I'd give it 96% odds. I don't remember the thing that happened 4 seconds ago, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Just give me one moment here while I do a couple quick adjustments to a thing. Well, now that I've tabbed out. And then we will move on. Did I do the thing? I did not. One moment. One moment. In your own time. In your own time, Sergeant. What the hell did I do here? All right. Well, it's been too long. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's fine. So now we've done that. We're going to go back into Might and Magic 8, and then we're going to see if I actually updated the thing that I was supposed to update. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted on the offside by something that I was supposed to do earlier, and then I didn't do it. And I'm checking, and I'm like, did I do the thing? And I was like, okay. I'm going to teleport. So we're going to quickly just teleport to another city. We have 101. Actually, we're going to teleport to the same city. We have 87. Perfect. Fixed. So let's see here. Easy to check, right? Because once I notice that it happens when I teleport as well, it's like, boom. Easy peasy. Now then, what was I doing? I had just finished the arena, and now we have items from the
Let's
arena.
leave it behind.
So this is a duelist blade of ice. We have this thing, which is boots. We have this thing, which is boots. We don't need any boots. We got more than that, right? Yeah, we got some helms. Very exciting. We definitely have a lot of characters that can use those. And, alright, well, off we go. Yeah, we're gonna sell our armor that we don't need, which is basically everything that we have here. I'm gonna check this. I think that
There's no room.
let's do it. Fly. Activate.
We can outfit you.
Okay. Sell all this stuff. Move to here. Sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this. I believe sell this. Sell this. This is not the legendary. We can sell this, we can sell this, we can sell this, and this, and
I
this.
can't fit anymore. We can outfit you.
You can try, but I refuse to buy things from here because I don't buy things from merchants. Unless what they're selling is knowledge. Because I do buy knowledge from merchants all the time, both in the form of books and other things. So if you can convince me that your armor
Outfit you.
somehow is a knowledge-based mechanic, you could potentially sell me. That is a thing that can happen. So, are you up to the challenge? Can you, Walvis, can you convince me that the armor that you have will somehow increase my knowledge base? By any
Our
purchaser?
axes are the best.
I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay. Could you imagine someone giving that diatribe to you? Like you have some random like adventurers walk into your armor shop. And you go, "Hey, I can outfit you," and they're like, "Can you? Can you really?" Does he? And then they go just about this fucking long ass tire. It's like, oh my god, please, why? Why are adventurers always like this? Why are they like this? What's wrong with adventurers? They're all nuts. They're all so crazy. And then you go, I guess they have to be crazy because they're literally adventurers. You'd have to be nuts to take that on as a job. So, like, I get it, I guess, but do they have to be so cringe at the same time?
I can't
Can you just be
fit anymore.
crazy in a non-cringe way? Can you just, like,
We can outfit you.
jabber at me and try to stab me? Like, I'm an armor smith. I'm probably gonna be fine. Except I guess you've probably got some weird magic knife that'll just pierce through my whole body for reasons. I have this on because I have the lifesteal on. So do I just want to swap back to this? Honestly. Debatable. Debatable. It's a very normal way to pronounce that word. Debatable. Nope. We have one piece of armor to sell still. Okay, so we have more than that. Okay, go sell the weapons. I'm so good at keeping the inventory boss at bay. That's like the sub game that I'm the best at in all games.
Across the land.
Okay. I should not have gotten rid of that. That's a ring that has unconsciousness immunity. That's an insane thing to get rid of. I don't have enough immunity items to think that that's a good idea. But that's fine. Okay. We are set. We've got that going for us. Get this doing its thing. We got a couple of crafting cubes, so that's useful for us. And what is it that is our plan for right now? We have to do something here, right? Did we finish... Is it here? Yeah, we finished the barrows, right? We finished the barrows that we're doing. So, what do we want to do here in Might and Magic 8? We started up Zog's area, so let's do it. So, we need to figure out which is the next place to hit in Ravage Roaming, actually. So, Ravage Roaming, we've cleared the exterior. This dungeon is for a quest that we can't clear. This dungeon gives us technically 3 quests completed, which is a significant improvement. This one gets us a promotion quest completed and at least 1 other quest completed. Right? So we're going to get the Paladin promotion quest done the second that we enter here. And... well, not the second we enter. The second we finish there. But we also get the storyline quest done for the Alliance by clearing that. And it's... I'm not sure how much experience I get for the 3 cheese quests. I don't know that they really give 3 quests worth of experience. You know what? Because I love myself, I'm gonna go promote my Paladin. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. That's how I'm gonna make this decision. I love myself. I'm gonna get my Paladin promoted. You know, I'm just feeling it today. I'm feeling the love. All right.
Let's go in.
So this place shouldn't be too bad because at the very least we can just pull everything to here. Worst case scenario. They're level 138, so they're fairly high level. Oh, I should probably not be on double speed, honestly, because it's going to influence the way that I drop. Okay. So we're not necessarily... I don't think I'm going to want to use this for more than I have to, but this is a pretty big opening pack, so I'm very happy to clear through this opening pack like this. So hopefully we can clear through these without too many issues. And I also think that given the size of this opening pack, which admittedly is 15% of the whole dungeon, do I get another quest completed for this? Is that a monkey with yellow hearts for hands? That is very cute. Alright. I love it. But yeah, we got the Tritons. I don't anticipate them being too much of an issue. Oh, those are pom-poms. Are they heart-shaped pom-poms? Or am I just not seeing them correctly? I don't know who Alex Kidd is, but the monkeys are cute. Let's see. Whoa, wait, was that a boss? No. It is amazing how many of these we're pulling all at once. It's also very funny how bad they are at approaching on these slopes. I feel pretty comfortable sitting on this slope. Oh, interesting. It's definitely, it's got the like, it's got the right the vibe for it. It makes a lot of sense. I love how they come out of the water. I really... This was a very cool idea. Having these Tritons that walk out of the water to you. So good. Such a great idea. Okay, so I think I need to hit this first one, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that I hit the first one, and then we get access to the thing that tells us what to hit next. So... Oh, nice. That's a pretty big difference. Okay, notes for the emergency meeting. ABC. Okay, so we're just gonna do the ABCE and not worry too much about it. So this is B, so we can immediately tag B. So we'll find C when we find it. Okay, don't see any aggregate there. Let's see. You know what's funny? The good update, I thought it was like, oh, this is an update that's good, like, because it has good news. I'm now remembering it's the bodybuilding update that you're referencing, not like just, oh yeah, you know, I managed to increase the max engine. I'm very good at following syntactically what's happening in a conversation and understand how prior events in the conversation influence the meaning of the current. It would be very fun. Yeah, I should check what what we've got. I don't know the Cortal wood, right? Like I don't think I don't think I had that much thing. Are you thinking of Korgrick? Because they both start with Kor. Look, I came up with the two of them were initially brothers, and they had similar naming conventions because I'm bad with names. Don't worry about it. I came up with them when I was in middle. No, I guess I was in high school. Guess I was in high school.
Let's leave it behind.
That's beside the point. Okay, so we're at C. Yeah.
No match for.
I can take a look at that later today. That would be interesting. The other thing, we're getting everybody online before we get this poor monk online. We had like a whole plan to get our monk online, and it has gone to shit so quickly. So quickly. Before we even got to Freehaven, we had already had our plans go to shit. Okay, so it's ABCE, I think. That would make sense considering E is where I just got to. Amulet, dagger. Yeah, because Korgrick had like a bajillion regen. This is an E, right? Okay, I don't know what lever I'm supposed to hit next, by the way. So I'm going to check my notes. And then I'm going to just take the next string of 4 and hope that I remember the next string of 4. I think that's how I'm going to handle it. Okay. First we need to get behind us. And A, B, C, E, G, D, J, C. G, D, J, C. Okay. Well. G, D, J, C. That's a little harder to remember. Don't do it! Don't do it! If you write it down there, I'll be able to see it. Don't do it. I would not have a problem with it if you had done it, but it's just, it's funny this way. Like, we got this. I got this. It's GDJC. There's a G right there. There's a D right up here. Then we just need to find the J. So I actually have a question about like these kinds of water movement puzzles. Are these kinds of water movement puzzles like actually ever based off of like liquid flow and the way that like God, what am I thinking of? What's the word for? I don't think it's levees. Levees are a different thing, but like the way that like a sewage network moves its water around, or the way that like a canal or something would. So it's G, D. It's a goddamn JC. I'm guessing the J is going to be over here. This is the ultimate test of the ADHD meds. This is the ultimate test. Methylphenidate, are you powerful enough? Are you up to this task? Can you keep a string of 4 letters in Arctole's head for the next 2 minutes? Okay. Go, we got a trident. Exciting business. Okay. That's a J. So doing the J. Then we're going back. Hello, friend. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. 60%. So J, and then C again. We've already hit C. So we just need to go back over here. Tag C. Oh, right. So the question that I am curious about is, like, are these puzzles ever meaningfully, like, attached to the way that water flow would actually work? And so we finished that sequence. So what's the next sequence? FDIC. No. E. We need to hit the E. So GDJC. EFDI. EFDIC. FDIS. E. F. And D, I think. Oh, we got our boss. Took a while, but we got there. On the plus side, we also have the ability to kind of gauge whether I'm remembering it all. by the fact that some of these are basically they're getting reset back down at various points. So the ones that I'm hitting should always be going up. I don't think I'm undoing any. I'm always redoing them after they get unset by something. So the thing that I'm curious about with these puzzles is this is a very common style of puzzle, and I really just don't actually understand like what the puzzle's basis is, because it's a common archetype of puzzle. You see it fairly regularly, but is it actually based off of like the way that you would do like a sewage system, or is it just based off of like some esoteric math puzzle that's like, is it just based off of like, in, X turns on Y, which isn't even a math puzzle, but like just like a purely intellectual puzzle that has nothing to do with a physical space that's been like pushed onto this theme. I just don't really know. So we need to do I and then come back to here to see. Yeah, the adamantites are of varying difficulty depending on, because their mitigation is like a set value, I believe, right? Like they have a set amount of mitigation. If you're doing like a lot of damage, they're not reducing it by a large percentage, they're reducing it by a large flat value. So because of that, if you do a lot of damage, the adamantite isn't blocking proportionally as much damage, and eventually you can reach a point where it's just like, okay, well, the fact that you're adamantite means that I'm doing 10% less damage to you. Whereas early on, it's like, okay, I'm hitting you for 5 damage, because I'm reaching the whatever the fail-safe is, where I'm actually hitting for less damage than it's technically supposed to mitigate. And so the developers put in a fail-safe of some sort to make it so the minimum damage I can deal is like 1% of my base damage or whatever it is. I don't know what the actual minimum is there, but I'm pretty sure that there is one, because I feel like I would have done 0 damage to some of these things. That first run is very funny. Okay. We're looking for I, and then we're going back to C.
Very weak.
It's always the C. So I... But the thing that I'm interested with these puzzles is because of the fact that I don't have any idea, like legitimately no idea, how one is meant to solve them. Whereas like most puzzles I have like some idea. F, D, I, C, and then lowest. Okay, so we should be able to just head straight to the lowest one. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say that Leech is the hardest to have like a perfect answer to, because in some maps it's just really hard to get any range on them. So like Leech is the kind of boss where it's like, if you have enough like regeneration, the regenerating bosses, or sorry, the leeching bosses aren't really that big a deal. So like the like answer to the leeches is to have a huge amount of healing throughput, right? In whatever way it is that you have that healing throughput. Preferably something like either regeneration or lifesteal, just because it's like a thing that you can rely on consistently. It'd be so funny if they died here.
Yes.
It'd be tragic, but it would also be really funny, I think. So yeah, so like leeches are definitely harder, but like the existence of two different types of thorn style enemies, one of which reflects magic and one of which reflects physical, is great for don't do what Arctole does and build your entire party to only do a single damage type. Do different damage types so that you have the ability to handle the complex challenges that you will eventually be faced with.
I can't.
The myriad challenges that are available to await you. Okay. So. Oh, shit! I didn't realize that I was... Oh, boy. Where the hell am I? This is concerning. We have a lot leaking here. I'm not a huge fan of how many are leaking right now.
Oh, yes.
I'm not, like, ready to leave levels of unhappy with how many are leaking, but I very rapidly will be if any of these start being red. You know what I mean? I seem to have run out of thinger. We have more leaking. Yoink! Is this an okay place? Okay, we're fine here. This is a good corner because the enemies are approaching from this hallway, so we're able to get like parallel to them, as opposed to there. Let's see. It would be so funny to build like an actual like like disciplinary party. Like it would be very funny to build like an actual like balanced party. I haven't built a balanced party in 30 years. Not because I don't know how, and not because balanced parties are bad, but because I'm bad.
No match for me.
It's because I'm a hipster. It's because I'm a hipster at heart, you know? At the end of the day, it's just that, you know... No, I can't do the thing that makes sense and is effective. That would be crazy. No. We have to do the thing that doesn't make sense and isn't very effective. Okay, so... They don't seem to as consistently come up when the water is there. I'm curious if the water influences the way that they gravitate toward pathing. Or not. Okay, that's pretty funny. They just randomly trap themselves here. Is that boss? That sure is. At some point, this whole pack is going to get released on me. And when it does, I hope that there aren't enough of them to just outright kill me.
Yes.
It's not necessarily the best way to handle this, but we'll do it this way anyway for a while. I'm not super concerned, but I also... Oh yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have a problem with the way that I play games, because if I did, I wouldn't play them that way. It's just a little silly. Okay. Let's go over here. Okay, we locked ourselves in here, I think. You know, actually, this would be fun. Okay, here would be a fun concept for a party that would be just enough of a like silly, dumb thing to do that I might be interested in it, even though it objectively means that I would have to make a balanced party. What if I made a party and one of the rules of the party was that I had to have access to GM in every skill. And I could only use skills that they could Grandmaster. So, like, I would need to bring an archer, and that archer could only use the bow skill. Right? That might be interesting. It might not be possible. It might not be possible, because I don't know if you can build a party that has access to literally every Grandmastery. But it would be really funny because of things like, you know, okay, well, the archer can only deal range damage. Like, they can't do melee damage now because... Okay, this is the lowest, I believe. If I tag this, does it kill all of the things? I don't think so, right? We're gonna go ahead and save this under dungeon, because we don't need another save. We're at 97%. We're gonna click this. Yeah, you would need to have vampire and dragon. So you would need a vampire and a dragon. The vampire does also get access to Grandmaster Dagger, though. So, like, vampire is not a bad class for... Ooh, and Dark Elf. That's true. And Troll, because Troll is the only class that gets Grandmaster Regen.
It.
This gets more complicated by the moment.
Junk.
Let's see. What do we have? It's probably not feasible with that. Wait, can the Dark Elf can probably also get GM bow though, right? Yeah, because of the specific racials from 8, it would be real strict. So, and you need to have a knight in the party, I would assume.
Can someone heal me?
It would be interesting. Yeah, the racials would probably make it impossible. So you would probably need to ignore those. Let's see. Yeah, that is unfortunately, I believe, specifically an ableist expression in the sense that that's not from World of Warcraft. That's not from World of Warcraft. I believe that is like a that's a word that people use to describe people whose legs don't work, I think. It's like a limb that doesn't work, I think, is considered like a gimp limb or something like that. I don't think it's like a slur in the classic sense, but it's not like it's language that you would not necessarily want to use without recognizing the the context from which it comes from, you know what I mean? Let's see. Hey, you know, you can be here or not be here as much as you want. I'm here for people to enjoy, and if you're here, that's great. And if you're not here, then you're doing your thing. And if you want to catch up with the VODs, you can catch up with the VODs, and if you just want to jump in when you're back, then that's good too. You know? I feel like I have a responsibility to make sure that I have stuff for people to enjoy. Like, it's my job to make the content. It's not anybody else's job to watch it. There's a... Let's see. No matter how much Twitch and YouTube want to make it your job, It's not your job. Okay, let's see here. Let's go down here. I mean, yeah, the thing is that, like, the WoW community has, like, definitely has a specific kind of context. Yeah, there was, a crazy not snake who came in earlier who just, like, started tossing out gift subs left and right. It was really wild. It was wild. We don't know who it was, but we do know that they weren't a snake. Well, actually, that's not true. We know they weren't a viper, but we don't know. They could have been a cobra. It might have been the cobras we were fighting. The cobras we were fighting might have... I mean, we practically got a sub for every cobra we had that we were fighting at the time, so... It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to think that might be what happened there. Alright, so we got that quest done. Do we have to... No, we don't even have to leave. We're all good. Yep. There has been a lot of World of Warcraft being played. Only Masul can deem an individual worthy of... Okay. Perfect. Now, do I have to do a thing here? Do I have to drink from you? Yeah, I have to drink from the fountain somewhere. Is it this fountain? Sure is. Okay, so we should be able to complete the Minotaur quest right now. So let's see. We don't need to worry about this zone getting unloaded, I don't think. So let's just TP over to Daggerwound. In Daggerwound, we talk to whoever this guy is. Dadaros.
Sorry.
This is the axe. Okay. Cool. So now we can teleport back to Balthazar's lair. Oh, he takes the axe with him? I did not remember that.
I can't carry
There's no
anymore.
room.
I guess that makes sense. Hey, there's people here! Look at that, imagine. Where was the person that we just talked to? So this is GM Perception, which we cannot learn. Adventure, huh? Flooded House. Let's see. Water Gateway. Let's see. Yeah, I played a lot of WoW. I picked up WoW after coming off of EverQuest for quite a while. And, WoW has advantages and disadvantages to it in terms of its, like sort of the more fundamentals of the design. And I played almost exclusively Horde. I think that they did some really weird stuff with the storytelling. I guess it's not that weird because it is kind of like honestly the kind of stuff that I would expect. But they did some weird shit with the storytelling. Like, it's kind of weird that the pseudo-democratic Horde that has a bunch of contingencies in place to prevent a tyrant from taking over the whole place keeps being the one that has the tyrant taking over, as opposed to the fucking kingdom that's just a hereditary monarchy. It's very strange, the framing of the way that the plot ends up going. It's just very strange. Okay, have I presented it to Dadaros? Yes. Okay. Do we need to reload? Yes. We need to reload. We need to reload again. Okay. There we go. Hero. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Sortira is promoted fully, and we are all good. For number again. Let's see. Shaman. Okay. But yeah, it's so funny how, like, in the original game, it was so clear that the undead were supposed to be their own faction, and then they just decided to scrap that idea. It was so clear because, like, if you look at, like, the original game, you have, like, the horde races, which are all, like, you know, duty and honor and sacrifice and please stop oppressing us as, like, their whole deal, like, all the quests, all the story, all the this, all of that. And then you have the undead, and you go to the undead area, and every quest that the undead have is, we're going to create a new plague and kill every living creature on this planet, and it's going to be great. You want that, right? You want us to kill every living creature on this planet? Great, we're going to do that. We're going to do that right now. And that's every quest, is just kill the living is every quest that you have in vanilla from the undead. And it's like, so that's the undead, and then everyone else is like, you know, oh yeah, you know, duty, honor, sacrifice. Undead, kill everybody. And it's like, oh, okay. I wonder if maybe you were originally a different faction entirely, because you do not match the vibe at all. This is a very different vibe. Holy shit, we have Mastermind! Let's go! I forgot about this! We got Mastermind. So we now have the ability to cure insanity. We can now pick up the cure insanity. We can pick up the mass fear, which is not important, but we can also pick up light magic. I don't know if we're going to be investing much into light magic or not, because I don't really remember if I have anything of particular importance that's going to be associated with that. I think I already know this right here. Let's see. Yeah, and bear in mind that is like a late development change, right? That's not like that was the intention. The intention was for there to be 3 factions. They were supposed to be 3 separate factions. The reason the undead are such a huge, like, thematic problem for the Horde as a whole, the reason, like, that you have that weird inconsistency, that huge incongruity there, is because they were supposed to be their own faction, right? They were supposed to be kind of an unambiguously evil faction, not like that doesn't match with the Horde or the Alliance, right? And it depends. Personally, I think that the 2 faction system has worked very badly. I think the 2 faction system it just has demonstrated that it didn't work, it didn't accomplish any useful objectives, didn't lead to satisfying PvP. Like, games like DAOC, like, even games like EverQuest, I think, had more interesting PvP factions. Like, like full on, right? Like, the PvP faction system in World of Warcraft wasn't very good. Like, DAOC handled it way better. Like, way, way better. And that's coming from someone who only played a little bit of DOC. I only played it a little bit. But, like, I feel like even, like, the faction PvP servers, which were just, like, tacked on to EverQuest, handled, factional PvP way better than WoW did. To a large degree, just because it's like, okay, well, this is, like... I want to save. It's interesting, and you can do fun things when you have more than 2 factions to play against each other. If you only have 2 factions to play against each other, you're going to have one faction that is 80% of the population, and it's going to be the people that have humans. And that population is going to dominate in everything, right? Whether it's like small scale or large scale PvP. Whereas if you have multiple factions, then what you end up with is one faction has the most people in it, and the other two factions gang up on them, or the other four factions gang up on them. You create these like pseudo alliances, because there's a vested interest in taking down the largest faction. Obviously, that depends on having satisfying PvP mechanics, which again,
Let's leave
World
it
of Warcraft
behind.
never really got around to doing. But like, yeah.
Very weak. Very weak.
Yeah, Diablo 4 did not have a great opening. I think the issue is that everybody who's playing Diablo 4 wants to be playing Diablo 2. Everybody wants to be playing Diablo 2, and the people that are making Diablo 2 style games aren't Blizzard anymore. That would be my statement on the topic. Because a lot of independent developers have made Diablo adjacent experiences in the time since, but I don't think Blizzard has made a Diablo style game since Diablo 2. Forge. Did I have other things that I could do now? Yes, I need to pop over to Murmurwoods actually. So we can just it's at the north side over the south. So we're gonna pop over to Alvar, and then we can fly down to there. Let's see. Vanilla Plus. It's Vanilla Plus. Is this PoE? I'm not able to follow the conversation. It's moving too fast for me to keep up with. That's fine. You all have fun. I'll pipe in when I notice something and be able to respond to it in time. Turtle WoW? I don't think I've ever heard of Turtle WoW. Interesting. It's full of turtles. It actually takes place in Discworld.
Join the party.
It's a full transformation mod.
Sleeping.
Turns it into Discworld as the setting. It's very cool, very impressive, very cool. I have no idea. To be clear, don't listen to me. I'm a liar. Okay, we can pick up light skill,
Of magical knowledge.
and we can level up and invest points in it eventually. Lloyd's Beacon. We could probably go to Bracada if we're gonna need to go back to Iron Sand eventually, but not immediately. Stone City we can't teleport to. We have to go to Nyon before we can teleport to Stone City, even in theory. We're going to be going back there soon. What's Dragon Cave? It's this place. This place is Dragon Cave. Ravage Roaming. We don't need the Ravage Roaming one. I don't need Ravage Roaming. We can teleport there now. Okay, perfect. So, we are going to need to pick up Expert. And we can get all the way to GM Light Magic. Let's see what spells we currently have. Let's see. Summon Wisp. Let's see.
Powerful this is.
Hey, if we're talking vanilla, depending on what point in vanilla, paladins are very valuable. All you have to do is implement the point where they could just keep sitting down to infinitely stack damage and then one-shot every boss in the game. That's all you need to do. Just implement from vanilla in that one very specific patch before it got hotfixed. That's it. You know, you don't need to change anything that isn't vanilla. You just need to pick that one specific point. Or, I mean, hell, just pick the patch. This would be funny. Make everyone viable except hunters by implementing the patch where they broke the cooldown on ranged attacks for everyone except hunters. So everybody had a 0.5 second cooldown on their bow except for hunters who had the normal bow attack. And so they're just like just fucking rapid firing at every boss. It's like all the rogues are just obliterating every boss in seconds. Man. Is it weird that I remember random patch? You know, the thing that was funniest about that, you know why I remember that one in particular? I remember that one in particular because, like, players were complaining about them fixing it. People were like, oh, it's not overpowered. Why would it be overpowered? It's like, imagine if you could, hit with an Arcanite Reaper on global cooldown. And it's like, oh, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand. I still think it's dumb. Fuck hunters. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. I think it's probably pretty good. I think that most of the time, like, I would say that there's probably a ton of really good like private servers for all sorts of different stuff, because you get people who are really like deeply interested in making the thing really good, Let's see. We now have access to GM Plate and GM Shield. I need to figure out where GM Plate is. I guess GM Plate I can do in Freehaven. We can't do GM Sword. We've already done these two. Can we do this? Nope. Cannot do this either. We can, however, get Enlightenment up to 20. And time for Might and Magic. Garrett Gorge. Let's see. What else do we have left to do? We need to level. Okay, so we're actually at the highest level in 8 now. I keep thinking that, we're gonna need a shit ton to get to the thinger, but let's see. I mean, it's not even like the next project, really. That's kind of the current project, right? Like, to a degree. Like, obviously, the server architecture for an MMO is not quite the same as for, like, a MO, right? But, like, it's basically like that. It's that genre, right? Let's see. See, what I need is to encourage all of you to play EverQuest with me. That's what I need to have happen. Is I will stop streaming and we will simply all play EverQuest. Wait, Master Identify Monster is right here and I never talked to this person? Oh my fucking god. Oh boy, is that embarrassing. I spent so long in Murmur Woods, and I've been wanting to have... Oh boy. Oof. Please stream which part? Me streaming the, doing the multiplayer Might and Magic, or me streaming dragging you all into... Wait, did I not turn the... I didn't do this quest! Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, ooh. Why am I like this? Oh no. Entire run is ruined. Need to restart. How much did I... Just think how long ago I could have had all that EXP that I just got. I mean, not all of it because, I'm higher level now, but... I could have turned that quest in so long ago. It's impacting the bolster. Which other place that I just went to did I not do the potion for? Did I not do the potion? Oh, man. Look, the thing is that I love the idea of playing EverQuest. It's just that one of those things where the way that I want to play EverQuest is I want to go back to 1999 and play EverQuest in 1999 or whatever. Which it turns out is not possible. Actually, that's not a thing that can happen. That's not a thing that can happen. I just want to look. I just want to grind out some thingers. Some what are they? AAs. I want to grind out AAs. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, and I can't do it. I'm not allowed to do it. I'm not allowed. They don't allow me to grind out AAs. They don't allow me to do it. They're stopping me. I don't mind. The thing is that I wouldn't mind doing an EverQuest stuff. The issue is that EverQuest is mostly it's like a lot of sitting around not doing a ton, and I don't actually stream long enough hours that I think it would necessarily be reasonable to stream a game like EverQuest. Like, unless my community got really into the idea of doing some EverQuest content, which would be fun, but like it would be almost especially at the start if you're doing it right. Imagine this. You go to a zone and you shout, "Please, won't a druid help me get to the opposite end of the world? Oh, pretty please. Oh, pretty please. With cherry on top. I have no money, but could you please teleport me to the opposite side of the world?" And then 40 minutes later, a druid finally wanders in who's like, sure, whatever, you can come along. Teleports you to the other side of the world. You get to the other side of the world, promptly die, and then you're back at the start. Now, not only do you not have any money, you're completely naked. "Oh, please, druid, can someone teleport me to the opposite side of the world to get my body before it rots in 30 minutes? Life is good. The places that you teleport to are not safe. Travel at EverQuest is very dangerous. Oh, you lose your gear. Yeah, your gear is on your body. If your body rots, it's gone. Now, bear in mind, at higher level, I think at like lower level, your body doesn't have gear on it after like the first expansion or so. They eventually realized that it was crazy for people under level 5 to lose their gear, because it's just like, it's silly. But then later on you lose your gear. It's just sitting on your body, so you have to go get it again. You have the ability to bind, so you have the ability to set your respawn point to different locations. And the key though is that when you're teleporting somewhere, you don't teleport into a city. You teleport to a druid or wizard circle in the wilderness, surrounded by ravening beasts that want to eat you. So you get there, and then you hope that you survive to get to a major city where either there will be a soulbinder NPC there, or you can get another player who can cast the Bind Soul spell, which you get at level 12, to bind you to this place. You can only bind another player to a city, so you can't just be like, you can't like get to the druid circle and then the druid just binds you there. That's not a thing that can happen. You can only be bound within designated like safe zones by other players. You can bind yourself wherever you want, but you can't bind other players. So, and you can only bind someone to a location if you are in a group with them. And I think later on they added a thing where you have to click yes to allow someone to do it. Anyway, it's a whole thing. You don't need someone to bring you to a safe place afterwards, like, necessarily. It's just, you have to know where you're going, or you have to, like, run the risk that bad things happen to you, right? The other thing is to bear in mind that, like, there's also other means by which you could do the travel. So, like, you can travel from major city to major city by walking along the roads, and to a degree, you can get to most places without that much risk. And if you're binding at each major city that you get to along the way, it's a long journey, but it's not crazy dangerous, right? But everybody wants to go to the Tolarian Forest because Crushbone is the best place in the game. Anyway, what was I saying? I'm eligible for 140. So we need to level up. Do we have any items that we need to identify? And let's see here. I don't remember what I was trying to do. I've gotten excited thinking about the mechanics of teleportation and traveling through EverQuest, and I'm not thinking about what I'm actually trying to accomplish here. We've got Might Magic 7, which is the next location that we're going to, but I think what we're going to do right now is just TP to Stone City, which Stone City is also the place that we need to be, right? Oh wait, no, we need to do light magic. Nope, that requires that we train up. That's fundamentally what messed me up so bad, is that I need to do the light magic stuff, but I need to train to do the light magic stuff, which is a multi-step process, and I got broken. That's why usually I don't get. The thing is that usually I'm able to hold a conversation and not get like distracted from what I'm doing because I know what I'm doing. But because I had like an additional step in between me and where I was trying to get to, like a tiny bit of distraction, I'm just like, what even am I doing here? What is this world? Where am I? What's happening? So that's just the ADHD playing, doing its thing. That silly ADHD doing its thing, doing its magic. Okay, we've got you. Now, I have a couple options here. I'm actually tempted to get Enlightenment up first. I think I want to get Enlightenment to 20 before I get Light to 10. Though, actually, getting Light to 10 is cheap, right? This is going to be super cheap. So, let's get Light to 10. Do I get Light to 10 or do I get... I think I want to get this to 20 first. This has an immediate effect on me that is very obvious. I'm not actually sure how many light magic spells I'm going to even want to have active. So we're going to get light to 10 because we can GM it. And it doesn't even cost anything, so that's basically free. So, light I can probably get all the way to GM right now. I might not be able to, but I probably can. I have access to a lot of different locations. So I think I can get light to GM. I think the expert light person is in Ravenshore. We're gonna teleport to Bracada. We're gonna replace this here. We're going to beacon over to Stone City again and put this back. And I know what the word set means. Don't you judge me. And then we can... You know what? Okay. I will do an EverQuest stream at some point. I'll need to figure out when. I'll have a conversation with a couple people about it. I will do at least one stream just to show people some concept of how EverQuest works and explain the mechanics while being able to visually show. Like, maybe I'll do a stream where I just do a run. Ooh, should I do... I'm going to do a troll run. I am going to get a troll to Crushbone, which is a very standard thing for like a player to do at very low level, and it'll give you an idea of the madness of these like early MMORPGs and how like insane they are compared to like the very modern World of Warcraft Classic. Like World of Warcraft Classic is such a modern game that it set the standard for what an MMO looks like. I think that would be very funny, so I'm gonna do that at some point. Next, we need to go to... Right, we've already set our beacons, so let's now recall beacon. Is there an expert in Verkada? There might be a light expert in Verkada. I'm just going to go to Verkada quick, actually. That is dagger and bow. That is GM Thingamabobber. Expert light is here. Perfect. So... we can get GM plate, which is excellent for us. And we can get expert light, and then we just need to get master light, which is Helena is in Celeste. And can we enter Celeste? Celeste, we're never going to be fighting in Celeste, right? So in theory, like it's reasonable to say that we can just go into Celeste, right? I'm curious about that. I'm also going to have to think about, in 7, do I want... wait, no. Let's teleport away. I need... Since I technically came here before I went to the Barrow Downs, do I have to clear the Halls of Mist before I finish the Barrows, do you think? Is that a thing that I should have done? Like, before I finish the areas in the Barrows, I should be finishing the Halls of Mist? Like, basically like Garrick's Forge rules of, like, I couldn't get here before, but now... I'm wondering. Or do we want to treat Celeste as basically like a... No, I don't want to treat it as a separate thing, because that makes the Deja experience a lot easier. I don't really know. Don't really... No, I don't need that fucking Deja. It doesn't make sense. Next, we can teleport to... I think Murmurwoods only has Master, right? I think that the GM must be somewhere else, because I think that they have Master for the... Yeah, they have Master for the other ones, but not for Light. This is Expert Learning. Is this one? Right. Grandmaster Light is on Regna. Right. Light and Dark are both on Regna. Perfect. Okay, so we've got Master Light Magic. GM we don't need in terms of picking up spells. So we'll get to here. We will pick up whatever spells we can.
A library of
We can pick up Day of
magical
Protection.
knowledge.
We can pick up Day of Protection. We can pick up Summon Wisp, which we already have. We can pick up Day of the Gods. And we can pick up Hour Power. And I think those are the important ones, right? It's just Hour Power and... I think that's all the really important spells that we need. Perfect. In one cycle, we got all 3 of them. That's great. So, this costs 40%. This costs 30%. Let's see. So, the disadvantage of these is they give 1 per 3 caster levels instead of Thinger, and 1.5% per skill level instead of 2. So these are, again, the same basic gist. So Hour Power scales slower. I don't think that I'm actually going to use Light Magic much. I'm getting it up to GM, because I can, but I don't think I'm really going to be using it much. I might set it up, like I might set up some of the buffs with Light Magic as like a backup. If I end up with way too much mana on this character, where this character has plenty of mana to play with, I might actually set up a backup to hold like my resists in case the person who's maintaining a specific resist goes down, so that the party maintains a weaker version of that effect regardless. Like, that's a thing that I might end up doing, but I don't think I'm going to use it as a primary tool. Now, that being the case, we now have 40% mana. We've now gotten a big boost to our mana pool, and we can look at what we want to cast. So, Protection from Magic is now 36%. We have Fate and Bless that we can cast. And we can, if we do both of these, we have 10% of our mana remaining, which is 173. 173, not too shabby. That's enough to cast Shared Life once, which heals for 625. And then we're regenning pretty quickly. Let's see. I mean, look, everybody... Probably, not necessarily everybody, but probably most of the people in here, a lot of their 2000s was dedicated to World of Warcraft, or listening to their friends talking about World of Warcraft at the very least. There's a pretty big overlap between people who were playing Might and Magic at that time period and people who were playing World of Warcraft, I feel like World of Warcraft kind of devoured the world for a while. Let's see here. So I think that we are in pretty good shape here now. 50,000. That ain't too shabby. It's only 2.5 times. That's so funny. Come on, it's I need a new weapon for you. I need to get to Evanmorn Island, and it's gonna take so long. It's gonna take so long to get to Evanmorn Island. We need Evanmorn Island, and we need a decent weapon. Like, our Earth Resistance thing that isn't even the highest Earth Resistance thing that we have equipped. It's so sad. It's so sad. These effects, dude, the resistance on this, it's not even active. It's not even active because we have boots. Come on, it's a poor bastard. Okay, what am I doing? Let's see. See, now I'm just like loopy. Not loopy. Loopy's the wrong word. I'm bouncy. What was the word? I don't know what I'm looking for is. I'm looking for a word. There's a word that exists that describes the silliness that is my current mental state. I guess it's just silly. I'm just silly right now. Okay. What are we doing? We have cleared out... We have to do the rest of the barrows, is I think what's next, right? Next is clearing out probably all the barrows that are left. I can't imagine that there's so many barrows left that we're actually going to catch up and surpass Might and Magic 6. But we might. We might, but I doubt it. And we have access to GM Light, but we don't need to worry about it right now. We picked up the thing. We picked up Spirit GM, which is good. We picked up Enlightenment GM, which is good. We haven't picked up Shield GM. Let's see if I can remember where the Shield Grandmasters are. Is there one in Tatalia? There might be a Shield GM in Tatalia. I feel like someone trains Shield in Tatalia, but I don't know which type of Shield they train in Tatalia. Someone teaches Shield somewhere, I'm sure. Let's see. We have 13 minutes left, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to Stone City, and we're going to clear out a barrow real fast, because I feel like that's a good idea. This is the wrong direction. No, it isn't. We have 13 minutes. We have 12 minutes. Don't look at the clock. If you don't look at the clock, it's not real. We're gonna go grab ourselves another barrow clear. Sortira should be a lot tankier now, and the party should be able to handle stuff better in general. I'm really looking forward to finishing up these promotions because they're going to be a big deal. It is funny because I think of Commonoton as not being fully promoted, even though technically Commonoton is fully... Like, Commonoton is a master, but Commonoton doesn't Combatant's stuck at expert, unarmed, and dodging. So like, they're just not realistically. They're realistically not. So okay, so let's go to 3. Let's just get ourselves out of the definitely done chain. We have 8. We have 10. Did I go to 10? Is 10 where I came in? I think 10's where I came in. Let's go to 12. I think I've been to 12. But I think that it's probably closer to things that I haven't done. Let's go to 14. That's where I just was. The other ones were all part of the same chain. 14's not where I just was. Let's go to 15. There we go. 15 is a new one. And this is a closed room. So we're set here. Just sit here dancing. I'm in a good mood. I'm like in a really good mood. This has been a great stream. I feel like we've had all sorts of fun things to talk about. We had all sorts of crazy shit going on. We had, you know, a billion subs happen, which was like crazy and cool. You know, I've now got a, you know, how can I finagle a way to make an EverQuest stream work?
It's worth it.
I've got that going. This is, you know, it's a good time. It's a good time. I should probably get off of this so that I can drop it down. Anybody gonna come to me? Cute. Okay, I was expecting there to be more than one of you. Excuse you. I would like for some of you to get onto this here elevator. I'll go over here. Okay, we only got one again. How are we getting one? This is the 3rd time we've got exactly 1 on this damn thing. You know what? We're going up. I don't care. If I die, you know, I deserve it. I should just send the elevator back down with them, and then don't follow them. Nailed it. Let's go. Oh, life is good. Oh, right. The other thing that I was doing, the other thing that got me like in like a weird headspace was thinking about the fact that I'm sure that there was a. It was in Ravage Roaming, I think. I think in Ravage... Yes! Ravage Roaming. There's a troll... There's a somebody. It's either a troll or it's an ogre who has a quest for me to do. They have a potion quest. We're going back to Ravage Roaming and doing it. I'm not going to reload from, like, this. It's fine. We don't need to reload having done this dungeon. It's a tiny dungeon. It's not that big of a deal. You know, look... The run is canceled. You know, we've fully failed. Everything is in tatters. No respect for the... Oh, God. What is it? No, not respectability. What's the word for... Not trustworthiness, not reliability. Legitimacy. No legitimacy. No, I have no legitimacy anymore. It's down the tubes. We've forgotten to do all of these potion quests. We keep doing it. We keep being like, oh yeah, there's this potion quest that I need to do when I finish up in this place, and then I just don't do it because I forget. I think I did the one in Iron Sand. We do need to get to... I can teleport to Ravage Roaming directly, so we're going here. I can't believe we keep forgetting to do these quests. They're such great quests, too, because it's just like, oh, great, I can get rid of some of my, you know, garbage that's just sitting around in my inventory. You're gonna take my crafting ingredients and... Or not, like, you're gonna take my reagents and you're gonna give me experience for them? Let's go. Sure. Sounds great to me. You don't have to twist my arm. Okay. But yeah, I was thinking about, I was like, wasn't there a place that had a black potion quest? And then I forgot that it was right here. Let's go. I don't think it's this one, but it is. There you go.
Sorry.
Okay, there we go. So, that gives us that experience. So we're now up to 48.07 in Might and Magic 8. So, I should have put down a beacon, actually, in that barrow that I was in, because it didn't take any time at all. We're going back to Stone State. We're gonna get another barrow done. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting the barrows done, like, all of them. Let's just get every barrow done. We're speed running the barrows now. That's how this is going. We got 6 minutes. We don't even have only 4 minutes. We have 6 whole minutes. No, we're not gonna reset the dungeon. We don't need to do that shit. We need to get in there and make it happen. I actually don't know how many of these are left. So we've done 12 through 15, I think, right? And I think we've done 11. So let's check. We were just in 15, right? So let's check 14. We should start writing these down, actually. And by we, I mean me. And I'm not going to, because I'm about to end stream and lose it all anyway. So what would be the point of that? Let's see here. So this is 14. 7 is the one that I feel like is the most likely that I haven't done. But I think that I've done 7. So I think I actually maybe have done all of them. I think there's a very high probability that all of them are done now. 13. That leads us to 8 and 6. Let's try 11, because 11 is a decent possibility, but I think... Oh, okay, 11 is it. This is the last one of these. And the next time that we load that in, it's going to be like 3 guys there.
Looks like this one's all right.
I lied. Oh, God. No, don't do it. Don't do it. No! I'm so close. Oh no, I'm not so close. This is a terrible corner, actually. I was like, I just need to get around this corner. Once I get around this corner, everything will be great. It's gonna be great. You'll see. You'll all see. Okay, we're getting in here. If we can. This is going badly. Oh shit, Oren's dead. This is gonna end very badly. I can't jump over you. Okay, this is fine. Don't worry about it. We have 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes. We got this. We're gonna finish the barrows. We got 4 minutes. Okay, this corner, terrible corner, but not terrible from this perspective. So let's try to clear out this pack here. This is gonna be fine. Can you imagine if I just cast like Turn Undead or something? Imagine how easy my life could be if I would let my self-use crowd control effects. Can I do a run where I use only the most overpowered shit that I can think of? Like, only the most overpowered strategy I can think of for an area? Like, doing, like, the barrow downs, but I have to use Turn Undead in every single room. Like, every time I enter a new room, I need to use Turn Undead, just because it's OP.
No match for me.
I am in trouble. This corner might be the way to go, though. I think this corner might be it. That might be the strat. So we're going to try to make it to that corner before we start getting into a death chain like that. But there's no guarantee that that will happen. I can't, like, jump up on top of something here, right? Okay. So we're going to get in this corner again. My hope is that I can get a subset of these attacking me instead of the whole enemy pack. And I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to clear a route here. If I can get this dead, which unfortunately this one popping in at the last second is gonna ding me, I think. Because if I had gotten in earlier, that one... basically, if I'd gotten that cleared first, I could basically loop back around behind the corner out here and potentially get good things to happen as a result. The other thing that I could do, I'm going to try this. We're going to try some shenanigans here. Oh, that's a concern. Well, I put myself in a position that is not a good position because I cannot jump over their heads because there is a roof over mine. Can I burn through enough of you? Yes, I can! Yes, we can. Okay. So from here, we're getting hit by a shit ton of these. Can I get back far enough? No, I don't think this is going to work as a corner, unfortunately. I don't think this isn't going to get the job done. I think we're going to have to do something with the next room. I don't think this is going to work. So, this is just not a useful enough corner because I have to get further away from them because of the slope on this wall. Okay, so we haven't gotten killed yet. Why did I do that? That was such a bad idea. That was like the thing I can't do. Ooh, actually, it doesn't matter. The roof is sloped here. Oh boy, the roof is sloped. I'm hitting the ceiling. I don't remember how I did this last time, but
Looks like this one's all right.
we're going to make an attempt. We're going to try to get through here without them aggroing, and it's not going to work, but we can get into the water. What just happened? Oh no, there's a puller! How dare you! This was the attempt. I had the opening. I got there. And then I got sucked back into the pack. It's so sad. Okay. I can do this. I can make this happen. No! Why did you go this way? You're not supposed to go this way! Disgusting behavior. Irresponsible. How dare you? How dare you behave like... It's not 1 o'clock. Don't look at the clock. The clock isn't real unless you look at it. Okay, we got this. We got... this is fine. This is fine. Everything about this is fine. So again, we're going to go into here. Except we can't this time because there's a bunch of enemies there now. Why are there a bunch of enemies there? Because they feel like trolling me. Damn. Time is just a concept. Exactly. It's a fake thing. It's not real, right? It's just another dimension, you know?
What lies ahead?
Time is the enemy. The past it threatens. Wait! Oh, the puller! The puller! Are you gonna save me? I don't think the puller's gonna save me! I think the puller's gonna kill me now! Oh man, the puller almost saved me there. If I had a better place to go, that puller could have actually saved me there. That could have saved my life. Because it actually yoinked me into a position that I couldn't get to myself. Okay, I need to think of how to do this. I think, unfortunately, this might take a few attempts. I say several attempts into this. Ooh, you think it might take a few attempts to do this? That's not gonna work. But yeah, my guess is that I'm probably gonna have to do something with getting this pack in the front to approach me here, and then get them into a corner somewhere that is useful to me. The issue is that this corner in the front here is pretty bad. Oh, you know what I should do? I should go for this corner. Let's make this our strat. This is the strat. We only have a few on us. We're gonna lose here, almost certainly. I don't think that we can pull ourselves out of this, but you know we might be able to. Oh, if Komanatin doesn't go down. If Komanatin doesn't go down... Oh, shit! Is this the attempt? Is this the attempt? Komanatin, I believe in you. Komanatin, I wish you had better age. Oh, wait! I lose my lifesteal when he goes down! I don't have the aura! We lose the aura! I lose the aura! Oh, God. Everything's fine. Okay, we got come up. Oh shit, we got so many people up. Okay, we got the heal. Okay, we got a few of them hitting us.
Tis but a scratch.
Okay, we got this. We got this. This is the attempt. So we're now locked in. This is like, I'm taking damage and stuff like that, but I don't have to be. I could be doing this perfectly if I wanted, but I'm... That fictional construct that is often referred to as time is ticking. But as long as I don't look in that direction, which is where chat is, as long as I don't look toward chat, which is definitely how you're supposed to do things. You're supposed to not look at the people who are talking to you, because that's how a live stream works. Is you ignore chat completely and just do your thing. Which, for some people, that is how they do it, because what they're doing is like, they're doing some like competitive thing or something like that, or just anything else for that matter. Some people, I think, probably just like having the thing to look at. Yeah, well, I'm not blaming chat, to be clear. I'm saying that if I look at chat, I'm also looking at the clock, because they're in the same location. As long as I don't look at chat, we don't have to acknowledge the time. But if I look at chat, the clock is right there. And that's not chat's fault, that's on me. I put it there. Well, I didn't put the clock there. The clock is there because that's what the clock is on my... But you don't blame Microsoft. It's Microsoft's fault, actually. It's Microsoft's fault that the clock... That time becomes real if I look at chat. That's the real take. The real take. Oh man, I tried. I actually did some streaming from Linux, but is it Linux or Linux? I don't know. I switch between the two every time I say the word, but it doesn't matter. I actually did stream from Linux for a while, but it was honestly just kind of a pain in the ass. Like it had a lot of getting used to it, and one of the issues that I ran into is the only people who use Linux are like, I would say, at least 20% and probably about 600% more technically proficient with their computers than I am. And that causes the issue that, like, it's a bigger pain in the ass for me to use Linux than it is for most people. We're gonna clear this whole place as long as that we don't look to the left side. I think that fundamentally the issue with Linux runs into just the fact that, like, because it never really got that like broad base of support to a large degree, it really is like exclusively used by extreme tech people. So there's a lot of things on it that like work really, really well and are really easy to do if you can understand what the person telling you how to fix it is saying. And there's only like 6,000 people on the planet who can understand the jargon that the average tech support, helpful person... This is just like a helpful person on an internet forum is going to say if they happen to be a Linux user, because they've been using Linux for 100 years and they've developed their own secret language. Which, to be clear, is very different than the problem that you run into with like a Windows system, where if you ask how to fix a problem, the answer is you need to sacrifice a goat under a full moon, and then after you've sacrificed the goat, try restarting your operating system and deleting everything that's important to you, and maybe, if you're having a real big problem, sacrifice a child or two, and then maybe it'll work. Which is the problem with... Because Microsoft is like so closed source, it's like so closed that like no one has any idea what the hell it's doing at any given time. And because they now just do simulations to do quality control, nobody at Microsoft even knows how the Microsoft systems work anymore, because there's nobody who tested it. So, To be clear, I'm not like making fun of Linux from a perspective of like, oh, Linux users are weird. I'm making fun of Linux from the perspective of, I wish I could understand your alien language so I could escape from Microsoft forever. It's fundamentally a self-deprecating form of humor, not a like, at the expense of the Linux crowd. I could have been one of you if I had made a serious attempt at it, 20 years earlier than I did. But unfortunately, when we all spoke the same language was when I was in college. And you have moved so far beyond me now. Shit, I don't even remember what functions were. Do you know how embarrassing it is? Okay, do you know how fucking embarrassing it is to have a programming question, right? And to know that you can do a thing, right? And having to ask a programmer, what is the name for that thing where you have like some code that you want to run, and it's like a variable that you're basically doing. It's like a variable, but it's a variable that you call, and it doesn't just give you a number, it gives you code, right? Do you know how embarrassing it is when they said, are you talking about a function? And I go, yes, that's actually exactly what I'm talking about. So fucking embarrassing. Like, forgetting what a function is. Like, I'm trying to write a game here. And I've forgotten what a function is called. Oof. Ooh, just... No. Because I have people who are actually, like, computer engineers who are friends of mine. Who are, like... most of them are people who, like, married into the social network, where it's like, it matters if you're, like, embarrassing yourself too badly. Like, it's like, it's embarrassing to, like, have to ask, like, stuff like that, when it's like, why are you trying to do this project if you don't know what this word means? And it's like, well, because I haven't used that word in, like, 20 years, but I still remember the mathematical principles behind how it works pretty well. I just need to figure out what it's called so I know, in this language that I'm using, how to call this fucking thing. God, it was so funny. Very embarrassing, but very funny. Yeah. To be clear, I can't program either. I can program in the sense that I took 3 or 4 programming classes 20 to 25 years ago. That is the extent of my programming ability. I can program to the extent that it's like, if once I figure out what a function is, like, oh yeah, okay, what's this called again? Okay, great. Now I can Google how to call a function. Great. So once I get to the point where I can figure out how to call a function in the first place, once I have that degree of syntax down, I can make good use of them and do some cool stuff with them. I had a game project I was working on for a while that, like, nobody seemed that interested in, so I just kind of, like, largely abandoned it. I might come back to it at some point. I like the project, but the thing is that there's something nice about doing work that people immediately enjoy and appreciate, as opposed to doing work that is, like... I don't know how much of an overlap there is in terms of people who enjoy the kinds of live streams that I do and the weird, like, visual novel style math simulator, like, philosophical treatise that I was gonna make. Like, the overlap in terms of that is not super high. And it'll take at least a few months of work to actually get anything down. But anyway, so I think we've finished the whole barrow, and we are definitely done with stream for right now. Let's see what we've got. We've got Might and Magic 7 as the place that we're still supposed to be. So I think the way that we're going to handle this is... I think we're going to finish up whatever barrows are left. We're just going to do a quick glance. I don't think there's any barrows left. There might be, but I think we've checked I think we've confirmed checked 10 through 15. I'm almost positive 1 through 6 we've checked. I don't know if 7 has been checked or not. I don't know how to get to 7. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll get to that tomorrow because we're over time for today. But we'll check to make sure we've gotten all of the barrows checked. And then once we have done that, we're going to be heading into the passage to Thunderfist, right? We're doing passage to Nyone next. And that will be an interesting experience, and we'll see how horribly I die there. That'll be great. And then once we've done the passage to Nyone, we'll probably be going back to Might Magic 6. In Might Magic 6, we'll be doing something there. But once we finish passage to Nyone, Thunderfist Mountain, and what is the other passage called? The Passage to the Land of the Giants. That's definitely its technical name. That's its full name. Passage to the Land of the Giants hyphen Xenofex's Revenge. That is it. Tunnel to Eofall? No, I don't think that's it. I'm pretty sure it's that doesn't sound right. But once we finish those 3, we will be able to finally leave. Unfortunately, I think for my purposes, I am going to treat the Halls of Mist as being required to complete before we move on to Deja. So we'll do the Halls of Mist. We'll get a couple of quests done as a result of that. Also, actually, I should have gone to Celeste because I have the vampire dungeon cleared. I've got a couple of those quests done. We need to go up there because that's a thing that we need to do. We do that now. We're going up to Celeste. We're going to turn in those quests because I was thinking it didn't make a difference. We actually have quests that are completed there. We're doing that before we go anywhere else. We might not be doing the tunnels for a while. But basically, we'll turn in the quests in Celeste. We will continue on to Tunnels of Eofall. Once we finish the Tunnels of Eofall, we will go back. We'll loop back and do the Halls of Mist. And then we'll finally be able to do Deja. That's going to take probably a week because in between that we'll be going to the other places. So that is going to be it for now. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you again next time when we will be doing all sorts of stuff. Anyways.